Hey everybody, welcome to today's Sunday development stream. Jagger I believe he'll be joining us later. He was a bit busy this afternoon, but today the patch that we've been working on the last week and a half will be going out whenever he is back and grounded and ready. So for the time being, we are on a new branch and we are starting the next quest now that we have a nice quest system all set up for us. Yeah, so I guess we'll hop right into it. I don't really want to go and start explaining before everybody's even here though, but yeah, who is all here right now? How's everybody doing? Okay, welcome Boole, welcome, glad you're here as always. It's always a pleasure. Alright, just want to make sure that somebody's listening, Alright, so Boole, basically, heads up just because while everybody else kind of gets on. Oh, what's going on? Welcome, DPLX. Just gonna be working on the next quest that'll be coming out in the following patch. So, that's what we're doing today. Yeah. So basically we are making a quest related to 2 cats. And for now, I don't have cat assets in, so they're going to look like sheep for the time being. But essentially it is this house in the woodcutting guild where there are 2 cats that seem to be roaming around. On it, the owner seems to have left 2 different recipes because the cats are picky eaters, and you make these custom meals for the cats as part of the quest. So that is what we'll be starting. I just kind of laid the groundwork for it. It's not really too far in progress, but I built the house, figured out where it is, made all the objects. You got our Vixen that you can pet him or you can talk to him, because cats will be something that you can pet, but the quest version you'll talk to for the purpose of the quest. But yeah, as I said, we're very early on. I just started this morning actually. I was originally going to do something that was a little more boring and leave the fun stuff for the stream, but I got a little ahead of myself and I started just kind of making the house. Stardew, it's not Stardew. I think RuneScape even has like a cat quest. Isn't that how you get a kitten to begin with? Dogs coming too? Yes. So for the purpose of this quest, it's just going to be about cats, and it's not going to be that you can get a pet out of it. However, I would like to make the wolves we have right now look more ferocious, because we got some suggestions that they look a little too much like dogs, and killing a wolf or killing a dog just feels wrong, whereas a wolf can look monstrous. So we're going to make the wolves look a little bit meaner, and then take what's currently the wolves and call them dogs, and maybe soften them up a bit. And they will be, when we add pets, we'll have both cats and dogs to start, as well as hopefully others. But yeah, so that is where we're at. I'm right now branched off of the patch that will be coming out today. So we've got our chicken pot pies and all that wonderful stuff is all ready for us here. Alright, so let's try to remember where we left off. So there's a little bit of pathing weirdness here because I was playing with how walls work to make it so that this is a wall that we can interact with without it being blocking. Anyway, so this is going to be the homeowner's plaque, and to start the quest you either read the plaque or you read one of the 2 recipes, and then the quest tab will go from like you haven't started the quest to started, because now you're aware of the cats and aware of the empty home. The cats are roaming a lot further than I should. They're supposed to be in this area, so I've definitely messed up their bounds. A little too wide, a little too deep too. Yeah, so the idea, I should have had this on the computer so I can show you guys more easily, but basically I've drawn out the graph of how the quest logic would work out. So you start the quest by either reading that plaque, talking to or reading the 2 recipes, or by talking to the owner NPC, who's going to be an adventurer on the other side of the world, who, if you run into him, he'll tell you, like, oh, if you're ever in the deep forest, you know, please check up on my cats. So that'll be another way that you can start the quest, is through him. So after you do any of those, you have to read the recipes, whether that's the first thing you did or the second step. The recipes will... See, it's really early on, but yeah, the recipes will basically say what recipe they are, and they'll list exactly the ingredients and where to get it. Billy is one of the cats, and Billy likes chicken. So Billy's meal, his recipe, is going to be a chicken meal where there are herbs nearby that you have to pick, and you have to grind them up and turn them into spices, and you have to spice the chicken, because they're both very picky cats. Vixen is more of a seafood fanatic. So for Vixen, we're going to add a new type of fish that is only going to exist in the deep forest biome, only in a couple pools. It's not going to be amazing. It's going to be like, you know, sardine level, like one after shrimp, or, not too bad. And so this is going to be one of those pools. So it just looks like a normal fishing pool, but if you fish it, you're going to get, right now you'd get shrimp because I haven't added that yet, but when you fish it, you're going to get this new special fish. Then you're going to have to cook the fish and then season it with the same spicing that the chicken needs to be seasoned with. At which point you have to feed one of the cats, and once you've fed both cats, it'll the quest will move on to the final stage, and that final stage has not been worked out fully. For now, I'm just going to make it so it ends, but there's going to be more to it. Jagger and I have not planned out the final step of it. But yeah, that's where we're at. That's what we're working on today. How much will that special fish heal? It's not going to be a high level fish. I'm assuming it'll be slightly better than sardine and be about the same like chance of getting it as sardine. So it'll be a bit better than sardines, mostly for the purpose of the quest, or if you're in the woodcutting biome, you'll have a different fish to go for. We might need to nerf cakes before the patch today, actually. That was one kind of concern of mine. Jagger really wants cakes to be accessible level 1, or at least very, very early, because, you know, we have like quests we want related to cakes, whether it's helping a chef complete an order, or whether it's celebrating a little kid's birthday party and making him a cake. We kind of want cake to be easily accessible early on, but because it's so complicated and you can't automate it, like there's so many steps, I justified making it heal 14. So for now, cake is like level 1 heals more than the best fish in the game. So that's not the best. So I'm probably going to have to nerf cakes. Probably do that and then make a alternative cake that is a higher level to do. Like once we have milk, and milk is a part of the ingredient in cake, but maybe once we add milk to cheese, we'll make cheesecake that'll heal more than the best fish in the game, and that'll need like a higher level to do. Something like that. I know people have gotten bored with fish, and fish is very linear. There's not really a reason not to just go for the best fish. Amazing. I'm glad you're feeling it. Glad you're vibing to it. Yeah, is there any food that you'd like to see, Bool? Or anybody else, you know? Because food is something I'd really like to add. So far, we've put a lot of focus into combat, magic. You know, when you go look at the skills, we have, what, half of it is combat, and then the rest are kind of like one-off. There's not a lot of depth into them yet. So I'd really like cooking to have more depth than it does. I think that's a fun thing people like. Chicken nuggets. Okay, alright. So what would that be? You'd basically need chicken. You use a knife on a chicken to cut up chicken to probably make like a stackable thing. Might make sense. And then deep fry the like cut up chicken. How do we get oil? I guess an olive plant and somehow press that into oil. Alright, we'll think about chicken nuggets. That's a It's an alright idea. I'm sure we can make it work. So this plaque is going to be a bit of a pain to me because just the way the engine works, these world objects, if they have one wall around them, like if you have a single wall, let me go to the map editor because I want to just talk through a problem I'm having with you guys before the stream started. So some of these walls are generated. I'm just gonna kill the non-generated ones for the time being because we don't need these custom walls. They're not working right. But the way our engine works, if you see a single wall like this, Centaur could give meat. That's true. That's true. I really do want centaurs. We've actually we joked about centaurs being the almost like the alternative to humanoids. Like you kind of grow up thinking goblins are all it is, and then you get sailing, right? And then sailing, you get to the other continent, and the other continent is just centaurs. Like everything is a centaur, just different species of something horse. And the human centaurs are like, the humanoid ones are, you know, the main one. We've talked about that, probably not doing that, but anyway, centaurs could give meat. The problem with centaur meat, Jagger and I talked about it because we thought it was like a great idea to add centaurs as the first thing that would give meat before we added cows. We're like, oh great, something can drop meat. Then we thought about it and centaurs are like half human, so that's like kind of cannibalism. And we probably shouldn't support cannibalism before we support eating beef, you know, or chicken. But now we have those, so I guess we can take that extra step. Anyway, as I was saying about the walls, the way our game currently works, or the engine works, is that if you have a single wall like this, like if I put like a corner wall like this, and you are a character, this stops your pathfinding. But if there was a tree on the other side of this, you could interact with the tree through the single wall. And that is so that, you know, you can't walk into the ocean, but you can fish one tile away. You know, you can't... I don't know, it's for cases like that, right? That's why we have that. So if you actually want to say you can't interact with this and you can't walk through, it has to become a double wall like that. And the double wall signifies that nothing can go through this. So in our game, like all the walls, when we press that magic build button, when we like draw something and then we press A and it magically builds and computes the walls for us, they're all doubly thick for the house walls. And that's fine. It's so that, you know, you have to walk into the buildings to do anything. You can't talk to bankers over the wall. If you remember when we have bugs like that, that's usually the case, is that it's a spot got singly thick instead of double. So you talk to a banker NPC through the wall. But for the sake of this quest, I'm kind of breaking how we normally do stuff, and it's not... Maybe I shouldn't go against the grain here. But I want to have this plaque, and I want you to be able to read the plaque. But right now, if I just build it and let it go, the plaque, you can only read it from the side of the wall you can't see, right? It's like if the plaque was here, you'd have to come inside. But here, it's like the bottom is too thick, so you can't read, you can't interact with it. But then to the left, up and down is like totally open. So the only way to really fix that is to open it up, like basically override it with something like this that opens up the bottom, so it's single thick on the bottom and then single thick around and then double thick all around, and that would fix it. Except now you have this spot that you can't, it doesn't look like you shouldn't be able to walk through. Like my guy, if we take a look right now, my guy just pathfinds around nothing, and that's not cool. That's not cool. So I'm trying to come up with a way to do this without adding new features, and I keep thinking that I need to stop going against the grain and just go back to objects don't sit on walls, they're little stationary things. Or I need to cheat. See, talk out loud, we'll figure it out. So I could cheat it by basically putting world objects around anyway. If I put it here and there, now you'll never pathfind there naturally anyway. put a pole under it. Put a pole under it. You mean like make it like a stand-up sign? That could work. Actually, that's that's probably the like in-universe way to fix it without fucking with anything. Yeah, just turn that into a sign instead of a plaque on a wall. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, I'll do that. Don't know why that's so upsetting to me, but that's totally fine. I'll do that. Cool. Wow, we fixed the problem. Thanks. Now we don't need to do any fuckery. So put the tree back where it was in case somebody was standing there. And we'll put a little thing right there. So it'll be up there. Alright, let's update that sprite then and turn it into a pole. Alright, I'm just gonna bring it up. Guilds of Gods, assets. Here we go. Good suggestion. That's a simple fix. Sometimes I overthink things. You know, it's like I really want to do something, but there's always a simpler way to do things that works just as well. Like make it a sign. Or make it like, yeah, have a stand. Okay, so let's put it right in the middle, 32. Bam. Yeah, so, well, that's why I asked in the development chat if anybody could do cats, and then Francisco, I believe, said he'd give it a go. It was because the next quest was going to be this. Actually, I'm really excited for it. It's going to be cool. I feel like we're going to do these cats justice. Alright, override the plaque. Get our sprite compiler going. This is world object. Quest miscellaneous. Having pets sure is cool. Honestly, pets seem like the way to go. Everyone loves having pets. It's definitely how we gotta do things. All right. Oh, I'm excited. And then while we're at it, let's update the maps version of this, just so that when we're editing the map, it's clear to us that it's not a plaque, it's a sign. I guess I should rename the file too. I call it plaque. Yeah. Yeah, I'll fix that up. World objects. Here we go. So yeah, VO's plaque. There we go. So because it's a plaque like this, I can just add it to the world objects that block layer, so it just has walls around itself. Where are they? Here they are. And then we will be good. Yeah. Bam. Oh, are we done yet? I got ahead of myself. Okay, so now it'll block. What else are we going to do about this little area? So these guys have a very similar issue. These are these pictures here are they're the recipes, and they're actually a world object, not an item. So I was debating between it being an item that you pick up and respawns, or having it as a world object so that you can't take it with you. What would you prefer, Bool? If this quest, you read these recipes, would you rather grab the item and read it, or would you rather click on the world object that's called it looks like two desks, but it's really two different objects. One is like the left recipe and the right recipe. Like if we click it, it'll be more clear. Yeah, these are two different recipes, and they're just kind of hovering on the desks, but it's a little deceiving. It seems good as is. Okay. The issue with how it is it's very similar to this whole poll thing. Right now, from behind the wall, you'd be able to read it, and you can't read it from underneath. So, I believe, though, we're just going to do this, because I think this is possible. The way I have it is that there's this detail wall layer, and if you draw on the detail wall, and it overlaps with the wall output layer, when we actually run the game, it'll override it. So if the wall output says, hey, there's two walls here, I could on the detail layer be like, actually, there's just one, and it should work. So we're going to test that out. We're going to put that there. And then we're going to, so that should overwrite this wall and make it so it's slanted. So you can kind of pathfind across, even though you can't interact with it. And then we're going to put, because I'm overriding this right wall too, and I do want that to be the case. Otherwise, you could talk to it. Like if I did that, you'd be able to over this wall interact with it, and that's not what I want. So I guess I need to do this one, even though that doesn't look right. So hopefully that would work. Let's find out. So Bool, are you up to anything in particular right at this moment, or just playing the game, watching the stream? So let's restart this. My PC is having issues with connection. That's annoying. So I'm just watching on my phone. Okay. Fair. Just want to see how this walking thing goes. So, oh, see, I was able to interact with it over this wall. It's not okay. But I don't want to block. But see, you can walk across because it's slanted. The alternative way doesn't let me do that. Maybe it's the building layout. Maybe that's it. I'm trying to make it too like nook and cranny and then getting upset that I have to put a wall here. But if I put these against the back wall or something, or just out in the open, like why do I even have this wall here? I'm trying to be cool. I don't need that wall. I said hey and disappeared. I'm back. Welcome back. So yeah, I think the issue that I have here is that this, I don't know, I'm forcing this wall thing in for no reason. So let's get rid of it. Get rid of those walls. Bam, bam. Now that'll be good. So now we can just kind of put these out in the open here. There's no reason to have walls around it. So detail risen. Let's go back to adding the rest of the desk. Bam. So the rest of the desk is there. Now you should be able to interact with those, and we don't have to care about all the stupid wall stuff. So let's build it, and let's just see how this wall thing clears itself. A damn building that takes too long. Oh yeah, so what kind of fish should I add for this cat that it likes, you know? Do we have tuna? Let me go look at what fish we even have. We do not have tuna. Tuna's a good one. So we have sardines. What do we have? Raw shrimp, sardine, herring, mullet. So we could add tuna over here. And tuna could just be like a sardine alternative. Roughly the same level, different biome used in this quest. I think that's okay. Or call it like a freshwater tuna. Make it sound special. It's not at the ocean, it's on land. Alright, let's find the sardine. Raw sardine. Is that all it is? Gather, craft. So let's make a getter for fish, because apparently that doesn't exist. We haven't made fish since we did this getter stuff. It means it's been a while since we added fish, actually. Fish. I think I've garnered a bad reputation on the server. I've become PvP hungry on the island. Oh man. Damn PvPing. Oh, you're Plex. That makes sense. DPLX. I was like, Dplex. How does he want me to pronounce that? Okay. You are Plex, yes. I saw that you like got in trouble for PKing yesterday, and I sent a screenshot of it to Jagger. I was like, yeah, the guy who messaged me earlier is apparently getting in trouble. Finally someone. I mean, PKing, don't feel bad about PKing, you know? It's, as long as it's just within, you know, it's within the game. You have a skull, they have a skull. They did activities that they knew meant they could be PK'd. Everyone knows you can be PK'd because you have the skull as well. Yeah, you can get PK'd for revenge. People will do that. But yeah, like I was saying, don't feel bad about PKing when it's not like bullying, you know? Like in RuneScape, when people would like, I don't know, gang up on, like, I don't know, when people in clans would like toy with people, that was rude, you know? But if it's literally like two consenting adventurers, both have skulls and they go at each other, or one causes a fight, do it, because right now people just AFK thieve and are just nice to each other and then get way too much money because it's really efficient. It's a function of the game, use it. I never got PK'd, yet I die the most. You do seem to die a lot, Bool. I figure farming magic logs on a level 4 is asking for some hungry eyes. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, you are just asking for it at that point. Why is the webcam blurry? I looked over and it was all... When I move too fast, this thing takes a while to adjust. Anyway, let's get back to the fishies. So a fish is going to take an ID, a name. It's going to need a noted... I guess I should do ID, noted ID, name. Raw fish. So fish name, and then so gather, craft, incinerate. So now I need to, so gathering is fishing, so fishing level, cooking level, incineration level, sprite ID, essence value. So let's just make a little getter for this. So ID, noted ID, oh, value, that's another one. Value of the fish. Stackable, no. So I guess it's name lowercase is, I don't do JavaScript too much. Lowercase. Sorry, I went on my monitor that you guys can't see, or like one of them. I shouldn't do that. Gotta keep it to the one you know. Here we go. So fish name. To lowercase. I guess that's literally all it is. So this becomes raw fish name. And then this is the description. Raw name lowercase. Ends with a dot. So our fishing level is 12. Oop. Our fishing level is fishing level estimate. I guess it's not confirmed. I always forget that, but the fishing is kind of fuzzy. It's not actually like at level this you can do it. It's like I think at level 8 sardines come, and it's you wean off one and go to the other. So it's an estimate, not exact. So gathering will show that's the estimate. Cooking will show that. Incinerate, we'll do that. I guess this should be sprite index. Then essence value. Okay, so that is a raw fish definition. So now when we go to item, we should be able to add a new item, raw fish. It's going to be ID 785. Wow, we have a lot of items now. How to get low-level fish with 100 fishing? Honestly, I think it's impossible. I think you can't. These fishing pools for the quest are the specific reason why I'm making them like different. Like if you go to the actual image I use in the editor here, you'll see it actually says cat quest on the pool, just to make it very clear. This fishing pool will only give the fish that like it'll only give that one fish, and it's going to be different than normal fishing so that you can always get it. Because otherwise, you're right, when you hit like level 80 or something, or level like 50, you're never going to get sardines again. But that is a problem. You will never, not a problem, but yeah, you'll not, once you get a high enough level, like all your adventurers are past like level 20 fishing, you will never see shrimp again. It's not a problem though, but I can see how that'd be annoying. Oh, especially if you have quests about it, like, oh, get 100 sardines, and then it's like, wow, I played this game in alpha and my level's way too high for this quest. Alright. We got some things to think about now. Anyway. Imagine you incinerate them all before cooking. Yeah. So I'm trying to think of exactly what you mean. Like if you just had a lot and you incinerated them all, because then they'd go away. Do you get anything for, get what I mean? No, sorry, can you re-explain that? I don't get what you're getting at. Let's go back to the code though. Where was I? Raw fish. Noted is going to be the one after it. It'll be called freshwater tuna. Valued at 10. Estimate 10 fishing. 5 fishing. Cooking level 5. Incineration level. Yeah, I'll make it in between shrimp and tuna actually. So you have to like do some fishing to start this quest. I'm gonna do that. That sounds good. So cooking level 5, incineration level 10, sprite index, whatever's one after yarn, I guess I'll put at 513. Essence value, earth and nature, but it's going to be pretty low. It's actually just going to be nature. Let's say 5 nature. You incinerate at the low level raw fish, and then you want to do cooking. Never mind, I forgot about chicken and steak. Oh yeah, sorry. You have 5 adventurers with 100 fishing. You incinerate all the low level fish, and then you want to do cooking. Never mind, I forgot about chicken and steak. Yeah, chicken and steak are low level things to do cooking with, but that you like that it doesn't matter how strong you got in the process. I guess this is raw freshwater tuna too. 786. So this is now a different patch. So let's just separate these white spaces. Last patch was honestly pretty big. Bam. These are all the items coming out later today. Nice. Okay, so 786, 785. So this is the noted version of the freshwater tuna. That's refers to value is 10, 513 for the noted, or for the sprite index. So then it's going to be get item fish. How do we do cooked tuna? Or I guess we'll go look at sardine. Cooked sardine is this way too? Okay, we gotta make cooked fish now. Gotta make it a getter. And while we're doing this, we'll refactor all the old ones to use this new getter because it's cleaner. It's always cleaner. A lot of the old code wasn't written that way, so it's good to touch it whenever we run into stuff that's a little outdated. ID, noted ID, I don't know what we need. Let's just return the fish. Let's see what we got. So we're gonna need ID, noted ID. We're gonna need the name. We can get to the lowercase easily. We're gonna need value. We're gonna need cooking level. Incineration level. We're gonna need sprite index, which should be way earlier in this whole thing. We're gonna want, yeah, even earlier. We're gonna want healed amount, I guess. Yeah, amount healed. And then at the very end, as always, we're going to want essence value. Okay, so ID is ID, name is name, noted ID is noted ID, value is value, name is a cooked, name to lowercase. So a cooked sardine heals amount healed hit points. So this crafting level thing is going to be a cooking level. The incineration level is going to be here. Essence value is essence value. Sprite index is sprite index. Its ID is here, like when we do the actions of eating, it's do we have the item, is the timer expired so that like you can't spam click. If so, remove the item and eat, like heal from eating the food. So let's change this to the ID, so it's like do we have the food we're referring to, and then where's amount healed? Here we go. And then eat food, healing this amount. So now we have fish as a item. Cool. So let's go back to the item. Now we have fish. So fish ID 787. Noted is going to be one after 788. The name is going to be freshwater tuna. Value is going to be, I don't know, 15, I guess. Sprite index is going to be 1 after the raw version, so 514. The amount healed, so sardines is 4, and this is worse than sardines. So we're going to say it heals 3. Nah, this is better, 5. This is rare. You have to go to the other side of the world to find this. Cooking level, 5. Incineration level, 10, because sardines was 13. Essence value, basically it's going to be the same as the raw, but maybe a little bit more. No, it had fire too. Sorry, it was 5. And then it had earth shards you'd get from incinerating it as well. So I'm going to say 5 of those, and then fire shards. So fire. And we're going to make it 3 of each of those, so it's not too good right away. Where's the music stopped? I'm like singing to myself. Oh, and Plex, if you're still there, the soundtrack for the game is on SoundCloud, so check out our fire SoundCloud. Okay, let's shuffle. There we go. Now it shouldn't end. So this becomes 514, worth 15 gold. Doesn't have raw in the name. This is the noted version of that fish. Nice, nice. Now we're going to want the burnt version. So burnt versions are pretty easy because they're just an item. They don't really do anything special. 790, 790, 791. So this becomes a burnt freshwater tuna. And there's a little pool you get it from, but I'm wondering if I should actually make this like a full-on lake. Like not just freshwater tuna, like I should embrace the freshwater tuna. You know, like the pools by the house. Yeah, like an actual like freshwater lake here. Instead of just 2 pools of water. That doesn't really make sense how they live. No, I'll put the water against the back of this rocky mountain and the water goes underneath it. So it's almost like they live in a cave you can't see. And you can get them underground when we add that. That'd be cool. They could be the only underground fish then. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Okay, so burnt freshwater tuna. Is this value? Did I really make burnt cakes worth a lot? Ew. No. 20. What? No, not even 1. 1. Burnt should not be worth that much. Yikes. Yeah, burnt steak is 1. That's good. Okay, that's a lot better. Now I'm looking at this. Cakes are probably just worth too much. Honestly, they're probably overpowered. I'm gonna nerf it a bit. 12. No, we'll talk to Jagger. we'll revisit this. Okay, so the description is a burnt freshwater tuna. Burns into like pretty much nothing. What is that one referring to? Value. Okay, that's good. No, incineration level. Yeah, you can do that right away. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So now we have freshwater tuna. That's cool. So what is raw freshwater tuna is this. Oh yeah, so when you cook it, guess I now need an interface. So it's 285 is the start. So it's raw, cooked, burnt. Okay. So let's find elsewhere where I say get interface fish. Get action fish. Shoot, what did... I need to just see where else we try to do the whole cooking stuff. So world object, fire. Here we go, get action cook. That's what it's called. So on a fire you can get action cook. And let's put it higher. Sardine, so between shrimp and sardine, get action cook. That's the ID. So that's the raw ID, making this plus 2 more the cooked, this plus 4 more the burnt. Cooking level required 5. Right? Yeah, 5. Item name freshwater tuna. Minimum success rate, maximum success rate, XP gained, yeah, no, we'll just keep that. And then XP gain, let's put it at 50 because it falls in between them. So that is how you cook freshwater tuna. So let's, where else do we call get action cook? So this is the fire, then this is the range. Okay, so right here, we gotta put it in the range. Nice. So we're gonna want to test that, but that should be how you do it. So let's go to our getter for the fishing pool. The new fishing pool. The cat quest fishing pool. Okay, so the fish's name is freshwater tuna. Put this in a little variable because I didn't at that time know what it was. So the raw fish ID is 785. An XP you get from this. I'm gonna have to look at the normal fishing pool. What does it give? Shallow fishing pool. Awards. 25 for shrimp, 50 for sardines. So let's make it 40. Fresh. Oh, so this is cat quest fishing pool. Gives you 40 experience. Okay. I think that's good. Nice. So, Bool, has your internet started working a bit better, or still having issues? Has the skill level of 5. That's the minimum to do this. Okay, easy, easy. I'll check it out. All right, all right. I'm just wondering, you know. I want to know that you're making progress. Don't accept setbacks of any kind. Okay, so where are we? We have added the tuna. You can get the tuna by fishing in the right pool. You can cook the tuna. You can burn the tuna. I think that means we have what we need for our quest. From like a tuna point of view. So let's update the client to have these new changes reflected. Okay, so oops. Bam, bam. Okay, copy all these over. Wonder where Ironic is. He's usually here. This might be the first stream he's ever missed. I mean, there's plenty of hours left. He'll show up, I'm sure. Okay, so that looks okay. So let's go to characters. Those didn't change. Dialogues. Those didn't change. So we're in the getter. Yeah, we're now missing this whole new fish thing. So let's add new fish to underneath pan. So those are the same. Do we have the same changes down here? Yeah, I didn't touch any of that, so that'll be the same. Okay, let's go to our world objects. Slow but working. All right, all right. I'm glad it's working. I need to make a tuna sprite. Unless one of you guys want to send me a tuna sprite. But yeah, I'll make a tuna sprite. Okay. I think these are up to date with each other. So where we left off in here, I was rebuilding for a change and then I kind of got distracted. So after rebuilding, our benches here now aren't up against a wall, so there isn't that natural wall around it. How do we want to proceed with this? I say we're just going to build detail walls around it because we want to be able to interact with it well. Yeah, we want to be able to interact with it well, like without blocking movement. So we're just going to custom this for a bit. Bam. So that's going to cause issues, isn't it? These are weirdly placed. Now I'm starting to regret how I kind of laid these out. So let's try that, followed by that there. So you should be able to walk up to here, so you could stand here, but you won't be able to stand up there. Let's test this out. I think this will be what we want. Then we can see if we can fish those, get some fishies going. Continue as Fred. Come on, Fred. Oh, server crashed. What's wrong? Noted is not defined. That's not noted. I want name. Silly goose. So getter fish So the one thing I really don't like about JavaScript is the fact that I just came up with the word noted there, and that's never been used in here, and I don't know till I run the code and it's like, I don't know what this is. Whereas in most languages, the compiler would tell you before you even run it, like, hey, something's off here. That's not a name. Alright, so let's see. Can I stand right here? Yeah, okay, okay. So I can stand in a good place. Billy's chicken recipe. I don't know why that's not opening. That's actually weird. So I can go here. I can walk there. That doesn't seem right. I guess we'll have to make it a box and not those cool corner things. Oh well. That's fine. I think it just feels wrong because it feels like you should be able to click here, but that's part of the same object. That's why this feels all weird. And you can do that. Now I'm standing on the table. Screw this. Talk to Billy. Chase after Billy. So the talk to dialogues aren't opening up. That's weird, but I'm following them, so it knows it's trying to. Okay, what about VO? Let's talk to. It shouldn't be called talk to. It should be read. Oh, it's going to the talk to dialogue, isn't it? That makes sense. Talk to spice chicken. Yeah. Okay. I know where we're going here. Alright, so let's check what the fishing net is. ID 117. Huh. Does that mean we didn't have fishing until later? I'm surprised it was like such a high ID to get a fishing net. Alright, so shallow fishing pool. We fish. You fish some tuna, which is invisible because we don't have those sprites. Okay, see, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. So let's go to Kingdom of Eloria. Here we go. Let's get the item sprite sheet going here. And we now have a raw, cooked. So right after yarn, we now have 3 new items to add: raw, cooked, and burnt shrimp. So I'm gonna Google, sorry, tuna. I'm gonna Google tuna, and I just want to take a look at it. Okay, so they've got like a white belly, darker blue on top, white belly, pretty standard fish. Most similar to sardines, funnily enough. No, herring. Very similar, actually. So this is raw. Alright, so configure our grid to be 32 by 32. Show grid. And snap to grid. Where's that? Snap to grid. So now we go here. Snap it. So then there's cooked, and that's what burnt looks like. Okay, so let's focus on the raw. We gotta make tuna, freshwater tuna, look a little different. So first of all, tuna looks to me like it has a darker top than this guy lets on. So I'm gonna go for a bit of a darker color here. Maybe we still have that for a little bit of the ways down, because it looks like it fades in quite a bit, and looks like the white goes pretty high actually. So maybe it's just the top 2 pixels are this blue. Yeah, we'll take a look. How do their tails look? Ooh, their tails are like really tall, and they have 2 fins on the top. All right. Yep, that's looking all right. So the 2 fins, looks like the fins are a bit smaller. Just make it go in 1 pixel. But they are also, there's 2 of them. And 1 looked higher than what we have here. So let's cut that out. Let's move it up and over 1. Maybe 2, not 1. Bam. Now let's get another one of these. It's a little smaller. One more. There we go. I guess it worked out to being the same size, but oh well. I feel like I'm misrepresenting these again. Yeah, it's definitely lower and smaller. So it is, and it goes a long ways. So it's like it reaches out to like there almost. Let's go 1 higher. Bam, bam, bam. Okay. Yeah, this is not looking good. Oh, I'm so bad at sprites. I get to, it's like I have these visions and I can never make it work, so then I always just spend way more time than I need to. Let's just do that. Sure. Sure. We'll call that good. Okay, so the next thing was that the tail is a bit taller than these other fish. So it's like I feel like the tip should be here. Like that. Bam, bam. So 1 like that. Bam, bam. So this only goes 1 before it turns. This guy goes 2. It's not the end of the world either way. So now, bam, bam, bam. Ugh, that's so gross. Okay, 1 more. Okay, here we go. Oh. Surprised. It seems like a slow day on the stream. Normally there's like so many more people. I've only had 2 people talking so far. We average like 5. So interesting. I guess it's Sunday. Jagger's not even here. He's the real star, you know. When he's not here, it's not worth showing up for. I kid. Okay, so this is just getting annoying. Why am I so bad at this? Oh, Francisco, why aren't you here to save me? do. So it goes in. Here we go. I like this one more. So let's just follow its pattern. So it goes in 2, then it goes 1, 1. Yeah, it looks like its own fish now. Kinda. Yeah, I shouldn't change its gills up though. Do the gills look different on these guys? Not really, but there's a little gold on them. Honestly, oh, I like that gold. Let's add some of that yummy gold. Right, and then let's make a softer gold to fade into the back. Yeah. A little fading can be on that one. Fancy tuna, thank you. Hey, glad you like him. I'm a little conflicted, but he's alright. Let's put him in the middle. Okay, so now we gotta make the cooked version of him and then the burnt version. So the cooked versions usually are, what do? So we make the color just deeper overall. We get rid of the belly. I think on the shrimp we get rid of the tail. No, we get rid of the feet. So I don't know if that's important. No, it's not important. Yeah, so it's just a deeper color, and then this becomes very dark. So let's make this deeper. So this, that. So this one becomes, let's say this is cooked. And this, let's say that is cooked. I guess it's cut up. I don't know what I was expecting. Just to see like a fish like in our game that's just like, oh, we just cooked this on a fire. Open fire. Yeah, oh, of course people cut it up while it's raw. My god, I don't know what I was expecting. Oh, here's... Is that how you do it? Smoked tuna. Is that done differently? Do it yourself. I'm not gonna find what I want. Okay, let's just go back to this. So let's grab this old one, old color, make it a little bit lighter, and then call that the belly once it's cooked. A little lighter than that. Okay, different plan. Let's take his current color. Let's make it blue and darker. That looks better. Okay, and then the gold here, I think the gold should change to like a little bit redder. It's like it crispened up. Then we had a softer gold, so we'll make it softer for the back pieces. It's a little too soft. It's a bit better, yeah, okay. So that's cooked. I'm okay with that. So now let's make him burnt. So burnt is like we take this guy's darkness, but then we get rid of the coloring for most of the coloring. And then bam, now he looks burnt. So get this guy's inner here, but grayscale it a bit, not fully. So let's take the belly, make it darker and grayer. No, it needs to be a lot darker. This is way too light. So this becomes darker like that. There we go. So one thing I'd like to get to today too, if we have time, we're gonna have time, I think. But one thing I'd like to get to is fixing the health bar being backwards bug on NPCs that are not the goblins and the new mammals. Because right now it's like every NPC that was done before, like goblins don't turn left and right, so they don't have the bug. They're like humans. They just inherit the human model. And then my new four-legged mammals do turn left and right, but they're kind of designed with that bug in mind, so they avoid the bug. But all the old things like chickens, rats, piñatas, they do the old one. So there's some issue there. So I'd like to fix the bug on all the NPCs rather than just, you know, the way we have it right now, where it's like half the NPCs have the bug and half don't. Alright. I'm okay with calling that. Make that a little bit lighter, because this is like the lighter part of it. And then this now gets quite burnt comparatively. And these gills they just crispen. Do we do something with the fish eyes when they burn or are cooked? Nope, they're exactly the same. Okay. What do you think, Bool? Or anybody? Is that good? Does that not look burnt enough and look too much like just a different fish? Anyway, let's test them out. Looks good. Okay, cool. You cast your fishing net, you get some freshwater tuna. Oh, I don't see no freshwater tuna, so you are mistaken, computer. I won't eat fish looking that black. Okay, noted. Good to know. So this is the Quest Cat fishing pool. Here we go. Fish name, freshwater tuna. Give inventory item, 785. Item 785, 1. No, the item just isn't there. Really? Item 784, 1. Item 785, 1. Item 786, 1. All the new items are not... It's like they don't actually exist. I did make them, right? 785. Yeah. And the client too. Ah, the client doesn't know they exist, so the client doesn't know what to draw or anything. So we're going to add these items to the client, and then when I reload it, it's probably just going to appear in our inventory. I thought that was weird that the server would do that without crashing or something. We're not even going to restart the server. That's how we know. It's just a visual client bug. There we go. So that's when I made my own little tuna thing. So cool, we can do that. Get some tuna. Yeah, I think I saw the inventory spot was blank. Yeah, it was a bit weird, but yeah, it was just the client. I forgot to add the items to it, so the client didn't know. You fish some tuna. I want to fish another tuna because I didn't see one appear. The tail is poking out. You fish tuna. Okay, one didn't appear though. If I relog, does it appear? No. But now if I do item 785-1, we know tuna exists. Raw freshwater tuna. Nice. Good name, good name. So I don't need raw in the name of my raw fish. Good to know. Oh, and welcome, Red. Thank you for joining us. Sue. I mean, let's just check though. So if we mouse over, it does say gather 5 cooking, 5 fishing, 5 cooking, incinerate, 10 fire making. No, you're welcome to join us. Well, I am honored to join you. Raw freshwater tuna. I guess I gotta fix that on the client and the server. So get rid of the word raw there. So why is the fishing So I'm looking for the quest fishing pool. So why is it saying we got fish without giving us fish? So this is list 1, walk beside the fishing pool. This is the second list of steps where you cast the fish. So then this list 3 is here where we check if we're beside it and we have the level and we have the inventory equipment and our inventory has room for another fish. Use the best tool you have for fishing. Do the default action animation. I could make that fishing and make a nice fishing animation. One day we just need to redo all the animations. Honestly, that's just enhance the animations. Anyway, play the fishing sound. roll for our chance to get this, and if we fail, go back and repeat this. So we'll just keep repeating this till we fail. Once we succeed, it then falls into this case, which is the check if we should despawn ourselves. If so, set a despawn timer. Roll for whether we earned a fish or not, which is odd, but roll for whether we earned a fish. These are different numbers. These are very different numbers. Is that right? So if we pass, we go back. So this is try to despawn and do a roll for a fish during the despawn. Otherwise, like if we succeed this, we go back and we get stuck back in this loop. Otherwise, we fall into this and we did get a fish, because by leaving this, we know we got a fish. It's just basically, did we get a fish and we're despawning, or we just got a fish? So somewhere in here, it's not giving us the fish. I'm assuming it's this case. You gave a fish. I can definitely write this better. Whatever. Okay, we'll just keep it as is. But these 3 steps and this comment should be here as well. So this is your despawn scenario, and this is your non-despawn scenario, because it was sending the message you got a fish without getting a fish. And the fact that that's there makes me feel like the tutorial has the same bug, doesn't it? You fished some shrimp and you didn't get a shrimp. I guess newcomers just don't catch that because they don't know how the game works yet. Okay. If this fixes the bug, then we need to apply it. Oh, we'll just apply it. We know that that's the issue. That that's a problem. Right? Roll for success. If it fails, we repeat. If we succeeded, we already have a fish. Roll min-max success. What is the point of this step? Why do we have to roll? Because we've already rolled and succeeded. So this is rolling for a despawn. Okay, we're just going to check out this step, because this is one of those things that Jagger coded on his own before I ever joined. So I need to figure out what all of these numbers even mean before I can actually reliably get rid of some of these. Okay, so let's see. Passes if the roll for success based on your skill level and tool, if applicable. So 5, in our case, 5 is our increasing base chance. 105 is our decreasing base chance. Skill ID is 12, which is fishing. Level multiplier is 0.15. So we times that to whatever your level is in the math. Requires the tool. Yes, you need the fishing tool. Tool multiplier is 0.1. Passes if the roll for... So this is... Yeah. Let's go back. So we don't need that here. Like, we've already done it here. So why are we doing it twice? Get rid of that. What we should do is I'm going to rewrite this. So we should do this the second step here, where it's basically, we already know that we're getting the shrimp. So we give us the item, we give us the XP, we change the tutorial state if relevant, we'll get to that later. We send the client a message, and then after sending them the message, here we're going to do the roll logic. So Now we're going to say a roll for the despawn. If we fail, then we go back to list 3. If we fail to set the respawn timer, we go back to step 3. And now we don't need this middle step. We can totally get rid of that. This reads a lot better. So step 1, walk beside the fishing pool. Step 2, cast the fishing net. Step 3, continue looping over and over every tick, like every time we're allowed to check, whether we're beside it, have the level, blah, blah, blah. And at the end, it re-rolls. And if we fail, like we roll to see if we should get the fish, and if we fail, we don't. Then down here, basically at this point, if we get to here, we already know that we're getting the fish. So we give us the item, give us the XP, tell us we got the fish, and then do the despawn check. That's going to be a lot cleaner. I like that a lot more. So let's add this to the client. World object. Quest fishing pool. Yeah, that's the one. So this whole thing, they're just copy pasting over. Bam. Beauty. So let's test this on the server and see if we can actually get the fish now. Alright, so go to the fishing pool up here. Cast the fishing net. Oh, there we go. We're actually getting tuna now. I was just rapid firing those tuna. I hate to do this to myself, but we're gonna, in a new browser window, we're gonna go test the tutorial because I have a feeling that there's a bug here that we just found out. So let's find it. So we don't really need to talk to him. We can just go straight to a fishing net. Go straight over here. Fish. You cast your fishing net. You got a shrimp. Alright, I'm going to let him exhaust this pool. I'm just going to be right back in a minute. We're going to let him exhaust the pool, and we're going to count how many times we got a shrimp versus how many shrimp are in our inventory, and see if that bug exists here as well. One moment, guys. Alright, we are back. Let's see. 3 shrimp. Yeah, 3 shrimp for 3 shrimp now. So that seems to be alright. We're getting shrimp when we haven't exhausted the pool, and that was actually the bug. So let's see if we have that once we raise our levels. Because that could also be the case. Let's see. So we cast a fishing net. You fish, yeah, there we go. See, you fish shrimp, no shrimp. So if you're too high of a level for the fishing pool on the tutorial, this bug exists. So Sandwich, if you're there, your tutorial island Iron Man plan, we need to fix this. Otherwise, you're going to get stuck here. You need food to heal from all that rat killing. Alright, let's fix this. That is silly. I should check to make sure the regular fishing pool doesn't have it, but I don't believe it does. I changed the fishing pool a lot for the quest to make it only handle one fish, so I think it's probably a mistake I made during making the tutorial. So on the plus side, you'll never have to worry about being unable to get past level 1 cooking anymore. True, true, true. Yep. Get those level 2. Okay. So I'm trying to remember. Okay, I gotta split these up visually for my sanity. So this is a list in itself. This is a step list. This is the step list. So this is the big one. Okay. So this is the one where it's like we don't actually need this roll, because this roll means that we can only get it on a high level. We can only get it, or we roll for a chance on despawn. That is not right. So we keep these bad boys. Oh, whoa. Never mind. This is not right. Okay. So we gotta change this. Okay, so roll for despawn happens at the end of this list, because it is not critical. Like, it shouldn't beat it. We shouldn't beat ourselves up over it. So we instantly, if we get to this case, it means we give ourselves the item, we give ourselves the XP. We send the client a message. Yeah, this is going to be a little different than the one we just wrote, because we have to modify the tutorial state here. Yeah, so we give ourselves the shrimp, then we check if we're in the tutorial. If we succeed, we go to the next step. If not, we go to the next list. Then we go here. So we need one more step list now. After this guy, where he basically rolls for despawn on fail. Wait. Ooh. Something's off here. So we roll for despawn. If we fail, we go to the next step. Is that right? What do we have here? Basically, where were we? Roll for despawn. On fail, we repeat everything. No. Okay, so let's go back here. Maybe the fishing pools on tutorial weren't able to despawn either. Whew. It's a bit of a fluke. Not as a fluke it worked, because you're definitely going to get it at low levels, but there's definitely some funky business that snuck by us here. Okay, so we give us the item, we give us the XP, we tell us we got the shrimp, and then we check if we're in the tutorial, or at the point when we should change the arrow. If we are, we change the arrow, otherwise we go to the next list. After we change the arrow, it'll automatically go to the next list. Then here on step fail, we go back to step 3. Here on fail, we go back to step 3, or step result pass, go to step 3. So we always go back to step 3 after a despawn. Yeah. All right, let's test this tutorial island one out now. Here we go. So where is it? Tutorial fishing pool. Tutorial shallow fishing pool. Here we go. Alright, let's see if we fixed the secret bug. Do 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 do. Cast the fishing net. So if we get any shrimp, yeah, there we go. You get some shrimp. Nice. Just the one though. Oh, there's another. Okay. It's weird though. It's like, oh, now it's rapid firing. Okay, I was wondering. I was like, it's weird. We went so long with none, but now we got 5. That's about right. So cool. We can ditch that tutorial island boy and go back to our tuna boy. There we go. Get all those freshwater tunas. So let's go make sure we can cook them all. What's my levels? Oh, a little too high. Set levels 5. Let's try to cook these. Oh, so let's upgrade the range. So click the tuna, click on it. Burnt just, oh man, these are you grabbing the wrong sprites. Burns are turning into pies. Perfect. Just as I intended. And the sheep's on the desk. Cook is different from raw, but that just tells me raw doesn't look different enough. But the burnt was grabbing the total wrong one. So let's get back to the item list. Burnt freshwater tuna. Yeah, there we go. Is 515 is the sprite we want. So let's copy that over to the client again. Nice. Okay. So let's make these look a little different though. These looked way too similar in your inventory. So definitely want to make, I think the back of this guy is a little too fancy. I think that's the issue. This needs to be a little bit lighter. And maybe even the color's a little reversed here. As in this guy should become a little bluier than he is. I'm just going to steal the color that we have. So it becomes bluier. And then this guy, the cooked variation, gets a bit darker, purplier stomach. Yeah, that looks different enough. There we go. That's more clear. Yeah, I will accept that. The gills, though, are probably a little too similar too. This guy forgot to recolor his gills. So let's make a bit redder when they are cooked. Okay, let's see how it looks. Yeah, that looks, so there's the burnt ones. Burnt could be a little darker. I think I will make that a little darker and tweak it. Burnt, drop burnt freshwater tuna. Okay, so let's see what a raw one looks like in the inventory. Yeah, feel free to make them hella dark. Yeah, I might. You burnt them after all. Yeah, Boole made the point that he wouldn't eat a fish this dark, but I think it should be obvious. Why aren't I getting any? Oh, I'm level 5 fishing now. Okay, so it'll take a bit. Okay, there we go. Yeah, those look different enough. But yeah, burnt definitely needs to be a little more burnt. Yeah, make it a bit more obvious. That's the real kicker. Yeah. Okay. So let's make this darker. I don't think it was the top, it was more the belly that to me looked too light still. Like a decent amount too light. Yeah, and then we'll make his gills crispy. Because everyone loves crispy gills. And I think that's an okay color, but we need to apply it to the fins because they were not. And that shows it had this nice little gold tinge that's been lost. Actually, teensy bit lighter. There we go. That's clear. That's better. The music stopped. I'm just dancing on my own again. Okay. Why isn't it shuffling? Shuffle is on. Repost. Alright, let's let that go. Okay, back to here. Is this post-burnt? I think that is. Yeah, that's post-burnt change. That's different enough. Okay, I'm happy with that. So now we've got tuna. Freshwater tuna for the quest. Nice. So let's go back here and see what exactly... Like, I want to get all the ducks lined up here so that even if the quest isn't done, all the objects and everything needed is done so that I can just code in this flowchart of, like, how it'll flow depending on which cat you go to first and blah, blah, blah. So I just want to have all the pieces working. And then we'll go for it. So let's start with this sign. We should be able to read the sign. And it shouldn't say talk to. But it does. So let's do Trello. Just to keep track of these things. Actually, I'm not going to do that yet. Haven't changed it. Okay. Cat world objects, registering dialogues. I guess that's literally what we're on. But let's make this a little bit more useful. Let's say VO sign dialogue. So that needs to pop up. We also need Billy recipe dialogue to pop up. We need Vixen recipe dialogue to pop up. We need Billy plus Vixen pet dialogues. And Billy plus Vixen talk dialogues. So once we have all those pieces lined up, we should be okay. I just realized too, there's one other thing I forgot about. So these herbs over here, what do they give us? Wheat, okay. So I gotta make the herbs item. Then I want to make it so that you can take the herbs and grind them up into spices for the food, for these recipes. Billy's chicken. Yeah, why is Vixen's recipe not coming up? It's just weird. Just gonna put Trello on the other monitor for now. Alright, well, we know where to start now. So let's figure out the sign dialog. So it's called talk to. We don't want it to say talk to, we want it to say read. Click it, it doesn't do anything. So let's go into the code and see what is even wired up at this point. So we have a world object called Vio's plaque. So let's rename this to Vio's sign. So Vio's sign, a sign placed here by the homeowner. The sprite is actually called plaque for the time being, but okay, so this draws right. We see a description pop up, and then 52 is the dialog ID we're passing in. So readable object here should open up that dialog for us. Yet for some reason it doesn't. Action 04 is talk to, and we need to change that. I think 11 is fair game. I'm just gonna go double check. Used on an item specified by the item. Yeah. So we're gonna try that, see if that's a little more obvious or a little better. So interface 11 should be titled read, and it should show this dialog. That's all it does. Okay. So let's change that on the client as well. It's now called Vio's sign. Vio's sign. A sign placed here by the owner. Go into here. It's actually interface 11. So that is the changes we just made. So restart the server in case we forgot. Let's give this a go. So Red, what are you doing on this fine Sunday afternoon? It's not a function. So this is because getter, what do we call this? Oh, I'm on the server. On the client we missed a rename. So this, I guess it's in world object. That's what it is. Vio sign. Shoot. What line even said it? World object. Was it the server? Is the server wrong? No. Maybe something just didn't save right. Oh yeah, it just didn't save for some stupid reason. Gonna pick up my little... Oh, I'm eating leftover chips and salsa. Nice, nice. Gonna pick up my little bro from his work around 9. Cool, cool. Sounds good. I could go for some salsa right now. Before the stream, like 15 minutes before, I realized I should probably eat lunch because I always start this at 11 and then like 1 p.m. I get really hungry. So I made a wrap that was basically way too many veggies with salsa and guacamole in it, just because I was like, I just gotta throw something in a wrap. Welcome, Ironic. You didn't miss too much. Well, I mean, I guess you missed a lot. We missed you. So basically, we are in the process of starting the next quest. Jagger is not here. He will probably be joining us later today, but either way, he may not. He's very busy today, but I believe this evening the patch should go live. But this is separate to that patch. We are now starting the next quest. So, cats looking like sheep. Yeah, for the time being, they're pretty sheepy. We don't have cat sprites yet, but I made a request in the development channel over it. So hopefully that comes out soon. Steve Vio says they're just fluffy. Yes, they're very fluffy sheep. Alright, so what is this? Why is read? So it says read now, but the sign dialog still isn't opening up. Are any of these? No. So none of my dialogues are working. All of them are just not. What did I do? Yeah, so just so you guys are aware. Oh, I'll head out. Got other things to do. All right, well, thanks for joining, Red. Yeah, peace out. Have a good day. Yeah, so right now we're trying to get this going. I'm still confused why this is not registering. Okay, so we go to the dialogue. There is a sign, right? What is... Oh, maybe there isn't. Is that why I'm being silly? VO sign uses ID 52. Yeah, wow, I'm silly. I just don't even have the IDs I'm trying to reference. Are they on the client? Is that where I went wrong? Yes. Ugh. A change I just did on the client and didn't copy to the server. Rookie mistake. Alright, now let's see if these things work out. So how are you doing, Vio? Welcome to the stream. Is that how you pronounce it, Vio? I'm just kind of assuming. Maybe it's Vio. Still? Forgot to restart the server, didn't I? I don't think I did. I think I'm just grasping at straws here. Why didn't that work? I can't wait till we get sheep. I really hope Francisco does follow through with that. That'd be cool. The cat sprites in the games folder, won't they fit? Oh yeah, you did make cat sprites a while ago. Let's take a look at them. We have a specific model that I'm trying to follow for all the mammals, like a pattern, so that they can inherit each other's animations and bug fixes and stuff. But we should have some cats here, shouldn't we? Nope, not this one. Is it Voltras? Voltra. NPC sprites. Are they already in-game? Cat head. Maybe we do have cats. Game name doesn't really matter, usually long sounding. But I heard people tie together as Stevio. Altering my name. Stevio. I guess so, that makes sense. Steve Vio. Okay. Stevio. I like Stevio. Not you? Yeah, we do have old cat sprites here. I see. But yeah, I believe when I took a look at what we had before, they just didn't have the body parts we use now. It was they're more like how rats are built, and that's one of the things I want to do today is make rats stop using the old kind of style and remake them under the new one, because the new way we do it, they can kind of inherit a bunch of stuff from each other, and it saves work in the long run. What will cats eventually do? They should chase around mice/rats and bat items on ground to annoy people, just like real cats. So short term, cats are essentially there's just gonna be 2 cats in the game for the time being. They are Stevio's cats. Stevio, just so you guys are aware, is our newest Patreoner, and yeah, he joined a very high Patreon tier to start, and part of it included making a house in game, and we talked about it, and he doesn't really want his character, he doesn't really want an NPC for himself, but he would like his cats to be, I guess, immortalized in the game, referenced. So I'm making his cats. His cats will also exist on Patreon Palace, and Jagger and I then started talking about it, and we've already wanted to have a quest with cats, and that was already kind of on our to-do list, so we just kind of pushed that forward and are making it about Stevio's cats. Long term, though, we want to have pets we want to have pets that you can have. Cats and dogs definitely are going to be on that list. And I think the first version of pets is just going to be that they follow you. They're pretty much cosmetic. They're not really going to help. But we would like to make them do stuff longer term. Like I've talked before about wanting a crow pet that basically like runs and grabs gold coins that are dropped near you. So it's almost like a Toma collection for coins. Stuff like that I think would be really cool if each pet could have like a little unique feature. Thank you. No, thank you, Stevio. Thanks for joining. Well, oh yeah, so they should chase around mice, rats. I would like that would be cool if the cats just kind of attacked mice on their own. I'll think about that, because now we have it so that NPCs can attack other NPCs, so we could add that. And I like the idea of them batting around items, but I feel like that's a lot of work for what we get out of it. But it would be fun to add one day, just one day when there's some time and we have some systems more fleshed out so it's easier. Billy the sheep. Okay, anyway, let's go back. Is this working now? No. This is just, I don't know why this is being frustrating. So it's probably, I'm going to take a guess here, because when I made the same mistake in the Goblin quest, it was that I was misunderstanding how Jagger organized these interfaces. So let's just from the top go through them. Maybe there's a better one. So map, maybe. Bank, no. Shop, no. Trade, no. Character, no. Adventure inventory, no. Nope. What is this? This is a world object we're enacting on. Action box? 14? No, I don't think this is what we want either. Okay, I guess an easier way for me to look at this is let's go to the world object for fire. And what action does it use? Okay, so it doesn't have actions. What does this guy use? 0, 10. So furnace uses 0, 10. So 0 is not necessarily wrong for me to use. Let's check out other ones. This actions is empty. Action 0, 15. Because you walk up beside the thing, like when you click read, if we go back. Why I'm so confused about this. Network error. I guess I'm not running the server anymore. Yeah, turned it off. So, big part of why I'm confused about why this isn't working is that if I go away and I click on the sign, oh, I thought I was going to walk to it. Never mind. So I'm not even walking to it, so it's not doing anything. I see. So I can't read these because it's not even doing the walk beside. So they're not even getting called. And they used to walk beside when I was doing talk 2. So let's try a different interface, because right now I'm doing 11, and maybe 11 is bad. Maybe I want something more like... Is there a new open one I can just steal? 48. So this is you milking a cow. Haven't programmed in a while, so this might be intentional, but one has the VO/sign. I'm not used to seeing backslashes in coding names. Yeah, so that is because in something like C# or C++, you use the double quotes. So in double quotes, a single quote is allowed. That's totally fine, right? Because it doesn't break it. But in JavaScript, it is more proper to use single quotes. And when you use single quotes, a single quote will break it, because now you're ending it early. So you have to backslash to add your apostrophe S's. It's a bit annoying. It's pretty frustrating, honestly. It's really annoying because when you write dialogues, it's a lot of like... I'm trying to find a case for it now. I can't find it, but there we go. Like, I don't apostrophe T, like having to remember to write that every time it's not the funnest. But yeah. Still confused why this whole show dialogue isn't nice. Trying to figure out, I guess it's also that we've never had a world object show a dialogue, and the way a lot of these steps are kind of coded, step show dialogue. Guess I gotta go to the server to inspect this. Step show dialogue. There is an enacting entity and an owner entity. So when you click on something, you are always the enacting entity because you're the person doing everything. And then the owner entity is who has the actions you're enacting. So it's like when you milk a cow, owner entity will be the cow. If you fight a goblin, the owner of that attack is actually the goblin. So I think it's a difference here about... Yeah, this is probably it. Is like it's grabbing the owner entity of the world object, trying to figure out its dialogue stuff. That's it. Whereas that's just not how it works. So I'm going to put a breakpoint. Let's step in and just see if that... That's why we're getting funny business. No, because it's not even getting to this step. So I'm not... So that's not it. Jagger's still not on. Shoot. See, he'd be able to fix this in a second, which is why it's kind of frustrating. Because I know I'm just using something in his game engine that I am misunderstanding here. So why wouldn't you be able to even use it? Okay, one last time. So there is an interface for, say, on the map, Mine Rocks, interface 3. That is when you click on a world object, which should be the same scenario we have. Same with like chop tree, whatever. So 0, 3 should get us to mine. So if we go back to the getter, and we go to, not the getter, yeah, in here. VO sign, oh no, sorry. Keep going to here and then forgetting that it kind of goes through all these methods. Okay. So 0, 3 should be our mine step. And we're going to see if that somehow, it should say mine, like I have it say read here, but I think it won't let me do that. I think it'll say mine on the client. And let's see. All right. Okay. Mine VO sign, and it appears. What the hell? Okay. So not all of those actions, even though they're all the same type, will work. That's just frustrating. VO's plaque. VO, home sweet home. So now it's going to work, but it's going to say mine for every step. But spice chicken recipe, Billy's chicken recipe, gourmet seafood recipe, Vixen's seafood recipe. Okay. Oh. Okay, I'm just gonna open up Discord just to show you guys, because we might as well appreciate Billy and Vixen. I just want to not open this. Just open it on the other screen, just to make sure. Yeah. So these are the cats that the quest is based off of. So yeah, we're gonna have two different cats, and they're gonna be colored like this, is the thought. So this is Vixen on the left, and this is Billy on the right. So yeah, those are gonna be the quest boys. And gal. Quest gal and boy. Yeah, they're adorable. I don't think I've ever showed you guys Robbie. So if we switch to the dual stream for when Jagger and I are here, because Jagger's webcam's, kind of messed up, so it never works. So I just have this all ready to go. But that's Jagger on the left with my dog Lady when we did the Christmas stream. So that's why that's always there. But I don't think I've ever showed you guys a Robbie, who's my gray tabby. He's a good boy. He's the best. Best cat around. Okay, so 0, 3 doesn't work. Let's take a look at what's different. So mine rocks, talk to. Okay, I'm gonna make a new one. Let's just see if making a new one somehow fixes it instead of trying to reuse an existing one. Because who knows? That might be all we need to do. So this is just gonna be a step called read, and read is instant. Let's get back to the getter, and read is ID 60. So, oops. Let's do that quickly on the side. Clearly we need a pets Discord channel. I'm down for that, honestly. It's like that introduction channel. Everyone could just introduce their pets. That'd be great. It's actually 61. What kind of pets do you have, Veronic? Alright, let's test this out. Okay, there we go. Read VO signs. So, reusing the blank ones didn't work. But, alright. Oh, I can read it from so far away? Oh, I don't have a walk beside step. Okay, alright, that's easy. That's an easy fix. So when we do this step, we need to start with a walk adjacent step array. Then once we're adjacent to it, then we show the dialogue. So that's easy enough. Let's put that on the client as well. Not everything has to go on the client and server, but I just always try to do both. Just in case I accidentally copy from like client to server, and it's like the server's pickier than the client because the client doesn't actually validate anything. The client just kind of assumes, and it'll be wrong, and it's okay that it's wrong because it doesn't actually do anything. You kind of start the game and it's like, oh, these are the steps I'll do, but then the server tells it what to do, so it doesn't even matter that it knew ahead of time. So because of that, the client can sometimes get outdated, and I copy and paste back and forth between the two just so that if we accidentally copy paste from client to server, we don't like get rid of stuff that was needed, but it's kind of annoying. Okay, and now... Okay, so it walked over there to do it, though. There we go. Read VO sign. There we go. And what name, VO, if you're still there, what name would you like the sign to say? VO, I kind of like it being a 3-letter name just because I could actually make it show up like this instead of like being all squiggly like the text. But I could easily enough have Stevio or Steve VO or whatever name you'd like. VO almost sounds like a small one-man city. True. VO is perfect. All right. It does sound... It's funny. It's funny you say that, though, because it's kind of true. Like, you might be walking down this path, and then you just see the word VO, and it seems like a city's approaching because you're like, oh, there's a sign. But then, I don't know. Turns out to just be a tiny home. Talk to Vixen. Pet Vixen. So, okay, let's just see. So, if I do pet, I don't even walk beside, so it's not even getting the action. If I do talk to, it's going beside, but it's not doing anything because I commented out the dialogues for that. That's why. Okay, so let's get pet going. Let's pet the sheep. So what am I doing right now for pets? It's the cat getter. So cats have a pet. Really, other animals are going to use pet though too. So I should probably put this into an action getter of its own. And it's doing the same thing. It's going 0, 11, where I was trying before to be sneaky and reuse it, and then it doesn't work. So I'm probably going to just have to make my own here. Interface. So 11. Yeah, it's weird that usually the way we have it is that if it's a blank action like this, it means every part of it is overridable. Like whatever, this is the default state, and then whatever you don't put is allowed to be overridden by the actual implementation. So this 11 is supposed to be the safe one because it's the first empty one where you can do anything, but that doesn't seem to be working right now. It keeps making me do this. 62 pet. Okay, so let's go back to the getter. ID 62 pet walk adjacent show the dialogue. So now let's go to client and copy it over. Cat. It's going to be ID 62. Let's go to interface. Just copy this over. We need to just make like a core project for the files that are supposed to be kind of in sync. Yo Carson, can you check the coding on upgraded cooking range? When using it, it doesn't feel like it gives a speed boost. With upgraded, I think it's 3 seconds to cook. Okay, let's take a look. So range, I could refactor. Once we're done getting the groundwork here, I kind of want to refactor some of these things. Because I don't like these older objects that are each like written out by hand every time. Okay, so when you upgrade it, it goes to 205. Right, and then the other range, the iron range, passes in 3. So that 3 refers to cook tick rate. So the default is it's 4 ticks, and the upgraded ranges have 3 tick. So set interval to 3 ticks. Upgraded is 2.5. It looks here like it's actually 3. Like by default, it says 4 is the tick on these cook actions. But then when we go to the iron range, we pass in 3 into that last parameter. Let me just double check. It is the last parameter. Yeah, IntelliSense didn't pick that up. Yeah, so 3 is cook rate. So it does go down 1 tick when it gets upgraded. Everything's looking good from that point of view. I mean, if we can time it and check, and if it still doesn't add up, we'll ask Jagger, because it means there's something I don't understand that's going on under the hood. But that's how it looks. That's the only time tick rate is used, is to pass into that parameter. No worries. Ironic, so instead of a speed increase, maybe the benefit for upgrading is a lower chance of burning food. Then I'd feel upgrading is much more worth the resources. I agree with that. Like, having a better oven not, like, make it easier to not burn your food and be on top of things makes a lot of sense. I think that makes more sense. Cooking food faster doesn't mean it's better. In fact, I'd argue you burn it easier. 25% speed boost is good. That's true too. Like, if you're doing hundreds of things, I guess, yeah, if you can cut it down by 25%, that's pretty good. I don't know. We can talk about it. Maybe it does a bit of both. Like, there's no reason it can only do one of the two. Yeah, clearly it should do both. Yeah, I do feel both. Feels like it makes sense. Alright, anyway, let's go back to wherever the hell I was before that. Maybe level 50 could do a better upgrade. Yeah, maybe. Let's see, what kind of ranges do we have right now? So there's regular range, there's iron range. Is that it? There's no steel range or anything? That's interesting. Because as far as my assets we have here, like, I assume I have this pink range too, and this osmium. What is pink? I have no clue why it would be pink. But yeah, we have ranges here in my from the map editor's point of view, but I guess the game doesn't know they exist. That's annoying. I had that earlier too, where it's like I didn't realize that, like, this thing right here at the top left, I put this one down by mistake, and the game just totally didn't know what it was. It was just like, that's not an object. And I was like, well, it's right here. It should be ID whatever 40, but apparently it's literally empty, as in not just like, oh, like, we don't have it. Like, literally, if we go to ID 40, that's all the object is ID 40 and nothing else. So there's a few, like, it's as if we planned to have the upgrades and then it never got implemented. Pink looks hype. Pink does look hype. I don't know what's better about it though, because it's not like there's pink metal. So unless they just painted it, but that's like painting, you know, flames onto your race car. It doesn't make it faster, even if you feel faster. All right, let's go back to this. I'm trying to remember where we were. Okay, so we're logged in. Have our recipes. Right, we're adding pet. Did pet work now? Yes, pet. Vixen purrs. Vixen looks happy. Pet Billy. Meow. Billy begins to purr. Okay, so we have separate dialogues for petting them. Okay. And then, so talk to right now is just not implemented for the sake of the quests. So we're almost done there. So all the pieces are coming together. The only thing that's missing, I think, before we can really just start implementing the quest, is that these herbs to spice the chicken and the tuna is wheat. So we need to make herbs. Yeah, so we need to make an herb item, and then we need to make a ground, like I want to be able to ground the herbs into seasoning. I'm trying to remember what the tool's called. Shoot, what's the tool I want to use? I feel dumb for not even remembering the name. So silly. A mill? A mill would work. I was more thinking this thing, like for grinding up herbs, like a manual tool you can buy at the shop that you'd use it on. But we could do something like a mill. How do you guys feel about that? How would you guys like to turn herbs into spices? Like raw plants into spices? Theo split Pepto-Bismol all over it. Spilt Pepto-Bismol. Yeah, it's all pink. Covered in that Pepto. Anyway, until we get a nice picture, I guess I should just make a placeholder here. I don't like that. I would rather use Francisco's thing here as a base, just because I kind of like this. For the unground plant. Now I'm just going to come up with a modification, like we're going to modify that. So, herbs. Nice leafy boys. Okay, so very thin stems with leaves. I can have variety in how I do the leaves. Billy would starve. He's all about chicken. Oh yeah. He needs that. He needs that chicken. Yeah, I like this. Honestly, I like the idea of like 2 different recipes. It doesn't matter which cat you feed first, but you have to feed both cats to end the quest. I'm not exactly sure how I want to end the quest though, because like what are the cats going to give you? I need to talk this through with Jagger. Originally I was thinking that it would be like an experience thing. You know, it's like making Vixen's meal gives you a certain amount of cooking and fishing experience as a reward, and then making Billy's meal might give you combat and health experience or something like that, because you had to go fight a chicken to do it. But that feels like a cop-out, you know? Magic hairball. Yeah, I mean, you could get a magic hairball. What would the magic hairball do? What's special about it? Give me some uses. Give me something people want. Why do people want it? Okay, anyway. I hope Francisco's not ashamed of me recoloring his sprites. +1 to gross out attempts. +1 over max fishing permanent stat. +1 over max fishing permanent stat. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. I have to chat with Jagger about how we'd implement that into his engine, because I'm not aware of raising the max, but I think we do that elsewhere, so I'm sure that's possible. And the ability to catch catfish. Okay. Get those catfish. Hey, these are placeholders. We need to get some good real herbs going. Bam. Okay. So let's expand these out somehow. Make them kind of look like leaves. I am not making these look like leaves. Oh no. Catfish 101 skill. Let's make it happen. Oh, 101 to catch. I like that, making some above max level fish that you need to do a quest to do. I think people are going to finish these quests before they hit level 100 on anything though. But Alright, I'm just gonna see what an herb sprite looks like, because I am just struggling to come up with how you'd even do it. Something like that's a good idea. Alright. That makes sense. Okay, so let's grab a bunch of stems that go towards the middle. Oh. So these are just placeholders until I get better ones, so I'm not gonna worry too much. I've definitely spent way too many time, like on stream, spent way too much on placeholder art. The problem is I know there's a chance the placeholder art makes it in, so that's why I get all worried. But wild asparagus, oh yeah. I just want to make quests in the game. Now that we have a quest system in, I feel like it's such a feature that's been lacking. So I really just want to add a bunch. But I know there's other polish that kind of needs to be prioritized too. Bam, that's so bad. Wow. Remember guys, I'm not an artist. Okay, we're just gonna we're gonna do it I'm gonna embrace not being a good artist. Just be quick about it. Yikes. One day we're going to be able to afford an artist and I'll never have to touch GIMP again. Never ever. Nothing but cropping. That'll be the day. Okay. Ew, that's so gross. I hate it. I hate it. Francisco weeps. Yeah. Yeah. He'd weep at this. He's so good. Like, I appreciate everyone's help because everyone's better than me at art. That's the vibe I've gotten here. But I'm happy. I really like what he does. Honestly, if Francisco became the official spreader for GOG, I'd love that. He's got my vote for the job. Yeah, he's got my vote too. Currently, if there was somebody, like if we were at a point where it's like we were gonna offer someone money to redo all the graphics, he is currently the person I would ask. 100%, let's make it happen. Oh yeah. Crowdsource his job. Then he has to make what the people want. I mean, and everything else. Okay, this is terrible. I'm not going to let this get in, but we're just going to call that good for now. Okay, and then do we have something that looks like dust? Yeah, I guess this stuff I can break up a bit. And I have to make this look different so people don't confuse these items. So let's... Actually, I'm just going to get rid of the outline first. Because this is supposed to look like ground up, you know, spice mix. So I'm just going to slice and dice. Oh, that's a bad one. Let's just slice these up first. Get rid of all these tall boys. Oh, Francisco, where are you? My art is so bad right now. I'm just like hating that I'm even wasting time making such bad placeholders. Oh no, I have Mario in my head. Why do I have Mario in my head? Because the music stopped. Oh my god, that's... I keep singing and then questioning why I'm doing it without song. And it keeps being that this thing isn't shuffling. It's on shuffle. Did it play through it all? Let's start with Carpentry Town. Let him know afterwards. So we got together and decided you should have responsibilities. Have fun with that. That's true. I definitely think part of why he might enjoy it, because I've asked him and he said he's never worked on a game before. He just kind of sprites for fun. And I found like artists in the past when I've talked to them, they don't really like working on it. You know, it's like they don't want to ruin their hobby. They just kind of do it for fun. Like, you know, just seems to be where he's at every time I kind of check with him. Oh, that is so not ground up enough, but whatever. We're going to call it done. Stop wasting time on it. Alright, so let's get to the items. So now, similar to wheat, where is wheat? Wheat is just an item, and it's noted. Easy. Okay, so 791 to 792 is the IDs for herbs. Value, yeah, not much. 516 is the ID. Used to make spices. Money puts pressure on things, same with me and music. It can kill the creative flow. Yeah, I respect that. I definitely can see that. It can definitely make you not work on the thing you want to work on and work on what you need to work on, if that makes sense. You know, like for me, I think that my least favorite thing in Guilds of Gods is working on social media stuff. Like I like making like the video editing kind of stuff. Like it's very minor, but I enjoy that side of it. But I know that as a game we need to have a Twitter and we need to keep that up to date and blah blah blah. But that to me is when it kind of starts feeling like a job instead of this game I'm having a lot of fun making. So yeah. This is the kind of stuff I really like to make, though. That's actually one thing I like about the Patreon rewards, like how making the Patreon NPCs and stuff, is it's kind of fun. It's like, ooh, let's make a new thing in the world. It's almost like getting paid to make content, which is way better than like running social media or, I don't know, feeling like you have a deadline. I think that's the other thing. I don't feel like I have a deadline. Like, we have deadlines that we're setting, and that's kind of stressful, but it's fine. But I don't know. If it was like a contract work, right? Like you tell your customer, like, oh, it'll be done in 2 weeks. That to me is when I feel like it would kind of kill the vibe. All right, so sprite index. Where's wheat? Wheat. After this, oh, incineration level, not sprite index. Okay. Sure. There we go. So this is herbs. And then so you're gonna use, what do you guys think? Mill herbs into, yeah, that probably makes sense. You mill the herbs into spice. Yeah, we'll make it a millable thing. That's definitely the way to do it. Okay, so you mill herbs into spices, which is not, they're definitely different things, not the same thing, but whatever. So now I need an item. Mortar and pestle. That's the other thing I was thinking. Or that, yeah. Which one? And should herbs be... No, I was about to say should they be stackable, but no, because you could just literally do it forever then. Just with how fast they respawn and the way... Because it's just like flax or like wheat. If you made one of those stackable, it'd be kind of an issue. Guess refined herbs. Sure. This goes to 3, 3, ID 4, 4, 15, 15. Used as spicing in recipes. Incineration level. I don't think that changes. Okay. I'm okay with this. So let's go back to the client now. There we go. So this is herb. So let's go to the world. No, it's the getter for, what's it called? Herb? Quest herbs, yeah. So herb ID is 791. Let's do that on the server and let's test it out. Used as spicing in recipes, spacing was off. Okay, let me take a look at that. Thanks for catching that. A plant used for... Oh, wrong one. Oh, thank you. In recipes. Good catch, good catch. All right. Oop. Someone's in general. What happened? So 3000 version. I'm getting on local hosts that like the certificates are self-signed, and Brave doesn't like that sometimes, so I always have to, every once in a while, I have to like retrust it. Alright, so now we pick herbs, we get this trashy thing. That doesn't look as bad as I thought it would as a sprite, but still not what I want. Herbs used to make spices. Okay. So let's add that to the mill now. So, no, not interface. We go to the world object. No, we get to go to the getter. Wow, I always forget which file it is. Let's go to the mill getter. There we go. So we're going to have one new thing we can process here. This is the fishing camp, not the mill. It's like this doesn't look right. Here we go. Expand the mill. Grinding grains and wheat. Sure. So now 262. So similar to mill wheat into flour, I'm probably just going to change this guy to be a bit more generalized. Let's see this. So this is mill wheat into flour. Has inventory item. So if you have the two items, give XP. Do you guys think you need buckets? That's the difference here. The wheat right now is like you get a bucket of flour, so you need wheat plus an empty bucket, and then you mill and you get a bucket of flour. I don't feel like we should make it a bucket of spicing. Like that seems like effort that doesn't need to be there, right? Like you just have too many objects. You just take the spicing, put it in a bucket, or I guess you go to the mill and you get a bucket of spicing. Maybe not. Maybe that's fine. Yeah, we'll do that. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so this is no longer going to be mill wheat into flour. This is going to be mill X into Y. And we're just going to note that it used 744 as empty bucket. Let me put it as a variable just so we remember. Empty bucket ID is 744, which will be used regardless. Then we need the item that you're coming in with. So item X ID. I'll make it X item ID. So if we have one, then we remove it. And then we need a bucket of Y ID. And then we put that in. And then XP for the task. Animation, you turn wheat into, I guess, client message. Typoed that. So we'll just make this reusable. Also, that'd have to be a huge amount of herbs to fill a bucket. That's true. But that's not a big deal too, right? Like, I mean, to fill a bucket, yes, but in our game, it could easily enough be like, you need an empty bucket and 10 herbs to make a bucket of spicing. I'm going to actually add that. Amount of X. Because right now we're passing in 1. So if we have 1X, remove 1X. Or remove the same amount. I like that. I like that. Yeah. So now we have to go back into interface, and this one here is now, we killed it, so we now need to fix this. So I'm just going to bring up the old version on my other monitor so I can just copy over the variables I just kind of hid now. Mill wheat into flour. Yeah, so X item ID is this, is 758. What you get is, oh yeah, and we want one of it for the flour. You get ID 750 out of it, and you get 15 XP. And the message is that. Nice. So now, let's do our version. So it's 267. You need 791 is herbs, and let's say you need 4 herbs per bucket of spice. 750 is bucket of Y. So I guess my refined herbs needs to become a bucket of, which is kind of annoying, but whatever. So 793. Sorry. Good point. If I can accept goblins running around, I can accept that. Okay. I'm glad you can accept it. 793 is the refined herbs. XP we get for this. I'm going to say 30 because it actually takes more than one spicing. So you turn herbs into, I guess it's just you refined some herbs and fill the bucket. That's a better name. Okay. So I'm going to now copy this over onto the client over here. Just kind of away from you guys, but it's okay. It's just, I mean, sorry, it's the client's on my other monitor, but it's okay. I'll be back in a sec. Okay. And then let's get to the getter and let's copy the new mill in X into Y because that is important. Okay. So now if we go back to interface, we see mill our herbs into bucket is 267. So let's go back to the getter for the mill. And we'll see right now 262 is the only ID, the only option. Now, bam, we have a second option of what you can do. So let's do it onto the client as well. And now we should be able to refine it. So I'm just going to fix our sprite though, because I made this trash sprite without thinking about buckets. And I'm okay with that. It's not going to be super full. I guess I should grab this. You know, if Francisco's done the effort of texturing one for me, I should grab the proper one and recolor it over uglying up my own. I think this is the darkest one. And then we'll make a in-between for this. It doesn't look too bad when I just steal his work. Makes me feel like I got skill too. So it's 1 pixel off the side, dead center in the middle. Okay, or 1 pixel off the bottom. Let's just check. 5 pixels on the left, 5 on the right. Yep, it's in the right location. So now let's update it to be a bucket of refined herbs. Is that the... Yeah, of is lowercase. Yeah, okay. Bucket of refined herbs. So the one difference now is that this is not just an item. This is a... What are these guys? The buckets. Full bucket, there we go. These are full buckets instead of just normal items. And the only difference is that an item has no actions. It's basically just an item that does nothing, but here's the stats about it. A full bucket is an item that we know represents a full bucket. So it's an item, but then it has this one extra action called empty, so that you can take your full bucket and basically dump it out if you want to empty your buckets. Just a little quality of life thing in case people need it. So let's get back to item. Refined herbs is now that. Bam. Let's give this a go. So start the server. Alright, continue as Fred. Let's see what we got here. So we've got herbs. Let's get rid of our fish. Let's get some more herbs. Okay, we have an empty bucket. Cool. So let's go to the mill and refine it. I probably could have just teleported, but whatever. Okay, so let's see. We use the mill wheat into bucket of flour. Gotta update the text. But second option. Ooh, it complained to me. You must have 4 herbs to do this. Oh, I thought I made it 3. Okay, item 780, 791, 1. Let's just spawn a new herb. Bucket of refined herbs. Nice. And then we can empty bucket. And now we have our bucket went up. Okay. Cool. So now we should have all the pieces. Except for that little string that was a little off. Where was that? Flour into... Here we go. Mill wheat into bucket of flour. Let's change these. So client message. I guess it's title client message. Mill wheat into bucket of flour. Oop. So let's go back to the world object getter. Right? Mill X. No, it's interfaces. I always forget which file it's in. So mill wheat into bucket of flour. And then similarly, we're going to say mill herbs into bucket of refined herbs. So copy, more changes to copy over. Yep. And then this should be title. Title goes there. All right, so that looks good to me. Okay. I restarted that, right? Saved this. Just check one more time that the text did change right. Mill herbs into bucket of refined herbs. So that's actually kind of annoying though. If you look, when you click it, he does the action as if he's doing something, and then he doesn't do anything. And then you click mill herbs and he doesn't do anything. Like, I mean, I guess I don't have the stuff, but that do action is happening too early. Or the animation for it, at least. Anyway, we have got all of our bits and pieces here ready, other than the cat pictures, to start this quest. So let's get to it then. So I gotta start by making a quest state. that we can modify and update. So let's do it on the server here. No, it's not state now, it's goals. Goals interface? Yep, goals interface. So ID 0 is a cow's murder. So similar to this guy, we're going to start the new quest. This is going to be something like, I don't know, Billy and Vixen's meals. So it is a quest which has a default state of what? So what are all the states I need to keep track of? Whether each cat has been fed or not. So I guess, okay, so just because this is branching, this isn't super straightforward. I'm just trying to convert my logic here into something more. If you haven't started, then I guess 0 is how far into it we are. Okay, let's see. Dialogue state, that's going to be Billy fed, Vixen fed. And I guess that gets changed into Billy state. I guess it started, no. Billy state, Vixen state. Because it starts off where you, okay, so it starts off, and if you talk to the cats, it's, I mean, I guess that's how you start the quest. No, you need to read the books. So we're going to say false, false. So it's going to be read Billy's recipe. It's the first state we need to keep track of. Read Vixen's recipe. So true or false, have you read those two yet? Because each of those kind of triggers their own Billy states. But that's the same as this being at 0, because it's like if it's at 0, Billy has not, you haven't read Billy's recipe. If this is at 0, you haven't read Vixen's recipe. If it's at 1, that means you've read it but you haven't given it to them. If you give it to them, then it would go to 2. Is that all I need? These 2 variables? Just 2 different counters? For the time being, I suppose. Okay, so and I want to try something new here. Let me just test something while we're here. In the same way this is completed quest, I wonder what is the like, I know that I can do /note here and it'll like highlight, and you can do the like the markup for B and it'll bold. I just want to know whether Jagger intentionally coded that or whether I just have full markup. Like I can use any markup I want. Because if I can use any markup, that'd be cool. So does he parse for the word note? Doesn't look like it. It looks like I just use note and it just happens. Okay, so maybe markup is just supported. That's cool. Because if so, that means that I can do strike throughs. Markup strike through. What is that? So I'm looking up a markup cheat sheet. 2 tildes. So 2 of those things. Okay. Good to know. Begin the quest by speaking to the child goblin. Yeah, no. So if state array at 0 is 0 and state array at 1 is 0, then we know have not started the quest at all. Otherwise, we know we've started the quest, in which case, I just want to do the description because it'll make me think out all the different branches or whatever, just because they can happen differently. So otherwise, let's say let Billy string is equal to bold Billy. New line, end it. If, so what am I looking for here? So if state array 0, if his book clicked, so the way I have it set up is there's two different books, so it can be either, like, they're two independent books, so you could click one or the other. Let me get rid of this wall, it's ugly, and that wall. So yeah, you can click one or the other, and so they're separate. So I could make just one, like you've started the quest if you've read either book, I suppose. I guess there's just so many real ways to do this. It's not really a wrong way. But yeah, basically, I suppose it's if either book has started, like if you've read either recipe, then the quest has started. Yeah, if you've read either recipe, the quest has started. If you've fed one of the cats, that is incremented. If you fed so that, yeah, it's like we can keep track of which cat was fed, because feeding Billy twice shouldn't count as passing the quest. You have to make one of each. I'm gonna just code this with a bunch of ifs anyway. I'm just gonna, well, just temporary stuff, like placeholders. So this is quest has not been started case. So then I switch on Billy's case. Case 1 break, case 2 break. I feel like what it should be though, like what I'd like it to kind of look as, if I can do strike through, which I now think I can, just like I'd like to basically make it a to-do list that doesn't change once you've started the quest. Essentially, you can just click at any point. Is this running? No. At any point, you could click on the quest log and have it pop up to check where you were. And I'd like it to say, like, read Billy's recipe. And then once you've done it, it's still there, but it's crossed out so that you can easily enough just look at it and go, like, okay, I've read Billy's recipe and I've fed him. Is there more steps between get it and feed him? Like, should we track every step of the way so you know what to do? Probably. Like, read the recipe, get at some point a chicken. Oh, I don't want to do that. But yeah, get spices. Maybe it is just feed him. Buckets of, like, I don't think I should hold their hand through getting a chicken, because then I'd have to add logic into the chickens, which is about this specific quest, which seems very ugly to have quest, like, you know, one-off cases like this in every single chicken in the game forever. But something like spices, though, I should probably have that. Like, you have to read both recipes, and then you have to make the spicing, and then you have to prepare. That's where I should do it. Prepare the chicken, and then give the chicken. Prepare the seafood, and give the seafood. Then once all of those are checked, you know you're either done or you're at the last stage of the quest. So let's just figure that out. Okay, so case 0 of Billy is going to be have not read Billy's book. So that also means we need a new stage, and this is true or false. Have you made the spicing, I guess? That doesn't sound right. No, I guess it's spice the chicken. So I guess that's... So 0 is you have not read the book, or not read the recipe. 1 is you have read the recipe. Okay, it's read recipe. Need to prepare chicken. 2 is you've prepared the chicken recipe. Need to feed Billy. And then 3 is Billy has been fed. So really those are the Billy cases. Read, complete, feed, check both cats, same logic. Yeah, like once you've fed, basically in the has fed check, I'm gonna, like, when you feed the Billy and Vixen, I'm gonna have to add extra logic in there, not a lot, but just a little thing when you feed Billy to say, hey, have we already fed Vixen? If so, we're done. Otherwise, you know, don't do the end thing, right? Like one of them, whichever you do first doesn't trigger the end quest, but one of them, feeding them, has to trigger the end quest unless we put the end quest somewhere else. Like I was debating whether we should have an NPC you talk to end the quest, whether it's like, do you have to do something, or is the act of feeding the cats the end of the quest? I guess for now it's just feeding the cats. It means the quest is over. Check both cats. Yeah, okay. So we're just going to say Billy stir. I guess this becomes, read Billy recipe to read Billy's chicken recipe. Let's so this is you have not read step 0. Here it becomes prepare Billy recipe. Prepare Billy's chicken recipe. Feed Billy recipe. Feed Billy recipe. Oh. Feed Billy the meal. Okay. And then it becomes if I think I'm going to do a switch without breaks, actually. No, because it's the opposite. Sorry. I have to go the other way. So 2, 1. Okay. This is the way I want to do it. Okay, so if we fall into case 3, that means we have, oh no, it's not case 3 falls into 2. So if you hit 3, you'd fall into 2, but if you're 2, you'd skip 3, get to 2, but then fall through. I think that's right. I think that's what I want. So feed Billy recipe is equal to the tilde plus feed Billy recipe plus ending with that. So basically make it strike through. If we've reached this point, strike that through. If we've reached this point, strike that through. If we've reached this point, strike that through. If we have not read Billy's recipe, we don't strike anything through. Let's see if that turns out the way I want. So now so new line, plus read Billy recipe, new line, plus prepare Billy recipe, new line, feed Billy recipe, new line. Result adds the Billy string. So I think that'll build my strike through messages for the Billy case. This is pretty much the same between the two. Is there a little function I can refactor out of this? Alright, we'll refactor it later, but we definitely can. Read Vixen's chicken, prepare Vixen's freshwater tuna recipe, Vixen's freshwater tuna recipe, Vixen the meal, Vixen, not read Vixen's recipe. Vixen. So feed Vixen the recipe, prepare, bam. Vixen string, Vixen, and Vixen. Okay. So then this becomes get goal completeness state. What is goal completeness state referring to? It's up here. Not started, started, complete. Okay. So if state array 0 is equal to 0 and state array 1 is equal to 0, then return goal completeness, not started. Otherwise, if 0, if Billy is at 3 and Vixen is at 3, return it has completed. Otherwise, we're somewhere in the middle, so return it has started. So this refers to the coloring in the quest log, I believe, just to quickly figure out the state. Alright, I think that'll be a good first attempt at least. It's definitely not going to be exactly what we're wanting here. Comma. Let's see. I hope that this now just appears in the quest log and says it's an unstarted quest. That would be the dream. There we go. Billy and Vixen's meals. We click it. Quest has not been started. Beauty. Nice. Okay. So now, let's get this going. Cool. Read Billy recipe and prepare Billy recipe. R capitalization is lower and upper will look a bit. Wait. Read Billy recipe and prepare Billy recipe. R capitalization is lower and upper will look a bit off. All right. Read Billy's chicken. Yeah, I need to be consistent. Okay. Tuna is not a proper name. Do not capitalize that. These are just lines, nothing special. Okay. So you said you used to do programming, right? How much did you do? Or what's your experience like? Okay, so now let's get to the getter, and here we need to go to the cat getter, not the cat getter, the specifically the Billy case, and then here is the commented out stuff, which is why we nothing was happening when we were trying to talk to him. So we need to go through the cases here. I went back to learn Java and get a second degree, got to the arrays and car accident, muscle relaxant equals couldn't hold the logic, nothing stuck, and just let go of it. Oh, I see. I'm very sorry about the car accident. Is that, like, are you okay? Has that all been, I hope that you recovered fully from that. Not a biggie. Okay, well, I'm glad it wasn't a big deal. Yeah, Jagger and I, we went to school together. Yeah, I guess you don't know the backstory, but yeah, Jagger and I went to school together. We worked on quite a few projects together, and we graduated. Oh my God, it's been 2 years. I can't believe how quickly it went. But yeah, I guess we graduated around when Guilds of Gods started. 1.5 years ago, I guess we graduated. 2 years. The muscle relaxant, I couldn't hold higher thoughts during that semester. That's fair. That's fair. You kind of need to think to do mathy stuff, even when it's not hard. Like calculus and stuff like that is like, it's bull, you know, you need to actually focus. But a lot of programming is like, yeah, just like arrays, just trying to remember like, oh, I like don't use the length of the array, it's the length minus 1. Oh, in this case we start at 1, not 0, so we have to make sure that we did lesser than equals instead of lesser than. Like, there's a lot of weird little gotchas that if you're not thinking clearly, you can get behind it and then waste too much time trying to debug something that's such a simple issue. What was your first degree in? Great. undergrad is neuroscience. Oh, cool. That's really cool, honestly. I back at school, I was a tutor for computer science students, and there was a guy who I tutored who had a neuroscience master's degree, and he got that at UBC here in Canada. And then I don't know, I think he said his passion was like AI and machine learning and the whole neural network thing, and just how computer science could take advantage of models, like some models in neuroscience or whatever. And so I tutored him in that, or in programming, and I don't know, we had a lot of good talks about that because I really like AI and all that stuff. Neuroscience seemed really cool. I've always liked learning about really neural networks. I love making neural network projects, so like just learning about like neurons and dendrites and just trying to figure out the best model to try to simulate what can go on, but it's always way too simplified. In the real world, it's many orders of magnitude more. My AIs always have like 30 neurons, and I'm like, wow, look how smart he is. He knew to press space. Billy stats. Okay. So, what are the cases I need to remember here in order? So basically, because we're going to want dialogues in between the steps, right? Because while you're off getting food, if you come back with chicken that isn't spiced, I was going to say Billy should like say something about it, because that's how I did with the Goblin Quest, but I guess cats don't really act different. Like, it's not like a meow is going to be too different if you talk to him when you only have a normal chicken. I can't really make a descriptive like, you didn't season that, unless I just made him hiss at you and then a little note underneath it is in italics or whatever that's like, the recipe said to season it. Carson, have you heard of Code Bullet on YouTube? All about machine learning in games and stuff. I have not heard about Code Bullet. I might not. Like, maybe I have. I've watched a bunch of people, but I don't know if I know this guy.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Oops. Sorry, I just clicked videos all of a sudden. No, I do not know him. What really got me into it was the Mar.io YouTube video about a guy making a neural network to play Mario, and watching it go from like, what was it, like 36 generations of AI to beat the first level. But then once it got to the point where it beat the first level, it was at like 42 generations, only like 6 generations later, and it beat the whole game. And then they kind of the guy expanded on it and had Mar.io learn and play different Mario games, and then learn Mario Kart. It was cool. For me, my only real project I have on it, let me just pull this up. This isn't the project, but I'm just getting to my GitHub. Where is it? Blizzard Ball Battle. Oh, that's a throwback. Machine Wars. Yeah. This was my first attempt at making a neural network game. It wasn't a game, it was like a game jam I did in Unity with a bunch of knights, and basically it was like a top-down thing, and the knights had whiskers that they used to like get inputs from the world, and the whiskers like in different generations like changed their angles and grew and shrunk, and it was just kind of part of their body you didn't see. And they only had 3 actions. They could run forward, run backwards, and swing their sword, and getting hit by someone else's swung sword is an instant kill. And I just remember it being so funny watching it, because the first like, of my very simple scenario, the first few just kept resulting in like people being dumb. People were accidentally, people would swing their sword and accidentally kill each other. And going backwards has no benefit because you'd run into someone else's sword and you'd never hit them, but going forwards you'd hit people. And within a couple generations, the winning strategy was always to go full force as fast as you could, spamming the sword, and that's how you won the game. And after a few generations, the game was just, yeah, the AIs would all just run forward, kill everybody. If you had someone behind you, you lost, and if you were in the back of the group, you won, just running forward. And I was like, I don't know what I expected, but it was a fun little side project one day. It has emulated players perfectly. No, exactly. Like, I remember seeing it and just looking at how it decided to win. I'm like, I'm not even mad. Like, that's literally makes the most sense. If there's no defense, why would you ever run backwards? If the best case scenario is there isn't someone behind you. Any other scenario and you die. So go forward. And don't stop swinging the sword, because there's no reason not to swing the sword. It's like, literally, there's no cooldown, there's no punishment. It's not like they get exhausted. Like, literally, just the winning strategy is move forward and attack. And I was like, yep, that's how people play video games. They just run at each other. The best defense is a good offense. Sometimes. Not always. I was about to show something. Okay, whatever. Back to the game server. I was on the getter, wasn't I? Was I on the client? I shouldn't be on the client. Oh, I was on the client. Okay, whatever. It's okay. So when you talk to Billy... yeah, you talk to Billy. So the first thing is, if the quest entirely has completed and you have food for him, he eats, he takes the recipe and goes to a happy meow dialogue. So that's the first thing. The way that we build these actions, just so you are aware, Steve, is with these step lists. They give us some cool features about being able to like jump around. It's like having go-tos and you can like bounce around and stuff. But really what it works out to being is that the best way I found to do branching logic is to remove cases one by one. It's like it's almost like working from the back of an if else. Like it's kind of weird. Like you work back to front and then it works the best. My friend is now in California working with AI. Last year when he came here, he was talking about sorry, I'm illiterate today. He was talking about one use that caught my attention. They are trying to give the AI X-ray photos of cancer and non-cancer patients over time, different resolution / blurriness, with the intention that the AI will be able to identify cancer potentially way earlier than we currently can and much more accurately. That is a really good case. Jagger and I took like an artificial intelligence and machine learning class at school together. And the one thing our teacher really tried to reiterate to us, because a lot of people just think machine learning is this catch-all thing that's amazing. If we know how to describe the problem, machine learning is the worst way to do it. It's like it's just dumb. If we know how to describe the problem, like we actually can on our own figure it out, the best thing to do is to just code the algorithm and you're good. Where machine learning is really useful is when there's noise. Like when we have not figured out the picture. When you take a genome and you just say, we have no clue what maps to what and what matters where. All we know is that here is 1,000 people who died of this disease, and here's what their here's some medical history of them 2 years before they died and the year of. Like, we don't know, just a lot of noise that we can't point out, and you just feed it into the machine. It's really good at dealing with that seemingly randomness in data that we're pretty bad at picking out. Humans try to find patterns too much, and I don't know, it can be too hidden in noise. Yeah, it would be, I think there's a lot of, like, that is a really good case or good use of machine learning, and I honestly think that is gonna work. Like, I think that is probably where the medical field is going. We're really bad at just kind of we humans like to categorize stuff too much. We don't think about the fact that somebody could be hyperactive without them being ADHD, right? It's either you're ADHD or you're not. We don't see it as like oh, you're 0 to 10 ADHD, 0 to 10 depressed, 0 to 10 anxious, 0 to 10, I don't know, like, you know what I mean? Like, we try to make things too black and white, and machine learning is really good at that gray area that we're really bad at digging through. Yeah, we really like to just see like, oh, we found a tumor, therefore there's a 30% higher chance that something will happen, versus like, oh, this totally irrelevant thing that's like, I don't know, more moisture being added, like more moisture being around it or something. I don't know. I'm just coming up with random things. I sound stupid, but I was listening to this really cool podcast from a guy who's a senior at Google. I think it was an NPR podcast. And he was talking about machine learning and data and where, like, what Google can do and what they're obligated to tell us they can do. And one of the internal programs that they have not released publicly because it's a big question mark about whether it's ethical or not, is they believe they figured out how to predict whether somebody is going to get certain illnesses based on their Google history, right? Like people who have this disease now, 3 months before that would be Googling these symptoms. And 2 years before that would be more likely to Google these aches and stuff, right? Like the idea is over like 10 years of Google data on you, they're able to look at your, like have a machine just go through and go, oh, people who end up searching for, medication for these diseases 2 years before, like a good indicator that they might get that disease or precursor is that they were used to Google these symptoms, like try to figure out why. So it's all this and yeah, the whole podcast was on whether Google is obligated to tell you like, hey, we think you have cancer, go see a doctor, or whether they should mind their own business and not even tell you. I think they should tell you, but I also think it's kind of weird that they have all that data and they're using it without telling people anyway. Opt-in? No, definitely agree. Opt-in is probably the best way to do that kind of stuff, because I'd want to know. Personally, I would want to know. But I get why people would feel it's like violating being told that. Hey, based off of all your Google, like all these things you've Googled the last month, we think you're pregnant. Go to a doctor. Like, it'd be a bit weird. Okay, anyway, back to this. So if the quest is, let's shorten this. Completed quest plus have food goes to happy meow dialogue plus remove food. As in you feed the cat inadvertently if you finish the quest and then you talk to them again while having their food. It just assumes you're feeding them. Alternatively, completed the quest plus, or so if you get past this, that means that you did not have the food. So we check if you've completed the quest. I guess, yeah, just still goes to the happy meow dialogue. It just doesn't remove the food. So if you talk to them and you have, I guess it's like if you need to, like you must deliver the food, and you have the food, goes to happy meow, takes food, and then probably here we need to do the Vixen check to say like, have we already fed or have we not? If we are supposed to be delivering food, plus we have unseasoned chicken, I guess it's a normal meow and a note saying you should season it. if you're supposed to be delivering the food and you have no food, then just a normal meow, and then a note saying looks hungry. So then before deliver food, we had the state of you haven't started the quest. So then I guess if you get to this point, it means you haven't even started the quest. So it's not started quest. If you haven't started the quest, he kind of normal meow plus note saying he seems to be hungry. I guess, yeah, same kind of thing. I guess it's the same thing. Yeah, he looks hungry because he's not how you start the quest. It's by reading the book, but it just kind of hints to you like he's hungry, and there's probably a reason for that. No, cat pushes bowl away, unseasoned. Yes, I like that. Meow plus note. Cat pushes bowl away, unseasoned. I like that. It's a good way to do it. So if you deliver the food and you have the food, I do have to make these all separate. And Vixen is done. Happy meow takes food, finish quest. Otherwise, it's deliver food plus have food, but Vixen has not done, means happy meow takes food, but you do not finish the quest. Oh. How about the other cat? Like if you feed one cat and you're not done the quest, like another dialogue pops up afterwards, and it's basically like the other cat meowing and a note saying like Vixen looks hungry too, or something. Happy meow takes food. Vixen meows looking hungry. I didn't make the seasoned food yet. I just realized I thought I've done all the like steps before this, but I haven't actually made the seasoned one. It's gonna use a whole bucket of seasoning on each meal too. I mean, it's not bad. I just literally, yeah, we'll just do this quick. So chicken is the first one. So seasoned chicken will be chicken with some herbs on it, I guess. I hope that doesn't look sick. That looks like an ill chicken. Chuckles. Yep. Zombie chicken. Oh yeah. I guess how you make food look seasoned is you not just have green on it, but you have like a full-on leaf. Right? Like that's the difference, right? You get like some sort of leaf. Oh my god, this is gonna be terrible. Yep, beautiful. Do you guys have an idea of how I can make this look seasoned without just putting green dots all over it? Because I don't like this zombie chicken. Feather in green. Thank you. That's a good way. Where's the feathers? Feather. Did we really have arrows before feather? That doesn't make sense. We definitely didn't. Whatever, I can just steal a feather off these arrows, but... In arrows, 2 left of clay. Thank you. I was looking at before the arrows, and I was like, how is it not here? But yeah, I guess it just was all one update that came out together. Okay. I might need to make it a little bit smaller, but this will be fine. We can just get rid of the other guy. Because really it's just him that we want. Oh yes, big feather. Okay. And that's a smaller leaf. Ooh, nicely seasoned. I don't feel as bad putting random green dots on them too. Might still be a bad idea. Tell me if I should just get rid of the green dots. Leave a leaf. Yeah, those green dots don't look consistent at all. Let's try this. Oh, Francisco, I am just like destroying your creations. I'm just gonna, why am I doing this? Placeholder, just put the leaf on top and call it season. Beautiful. Somebody else can make it better. We're already redoing these, which by the way, maybe we don't have to. You made a great point about this whole feather thing. I'm kind of a fan of that. Let's just see if this will look all right once I'm done. Okay. Oop. right, let's see how this looks once we put it in and zoom out. Up close, I'm not a big fan of it, but sometimes the ones I don't like up close are the ones that look great when I zoom out, and the ones I like up close are the ones that I zoom out and I'm like, wow, that's just simple. Okay, let's check this. That's better than my terrible placeholder. I'll accept that for today, but it'll have to get better. Okay, so now we have that. So now we have to make a cooked fish version. So this is our new tuna, but nice and seasoned the way Vixen likes it. Now, as we both, or as we all know, that means put a leaf on it. Beauty. Horizontally. Ooh. Maybe. Okay, I got an idea now. I've got an idea. If this is bad, we'll just get rid of it and pretend it's not a thing. Cooking in college. Oh yeah. Just put whatever leafy things on it and feel professional. There we go, it's this one. So on this layer, wondering if I should just put leaves behind it too. If that would look good or bad. I mean, it can't hurt to try. It's like a whole bucket of seasoning, so I mean, we can go to town with it. Let's get this guy and flip him. Actually looks pretty good. Awesome. Glad to hear that. So now let's flip this one vertically. Oh, shoot, I meant to copy it. Flip vertically, copy. Then one last time. Now this one horizontal. And I kind of want one at the top left as well, but maybe it's asking too much. Yeah, okay. I don't mind that for now. Until somebody comes up with a better one, I'm pretty happy with that. Agreed, nice job figuring that out. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, that's not bad. Okay. So now, let's go back to... Right, so we now have 2 new items to add. Seasoned chicken. Well, we need to come up with a name. Okay, what would you like the names to be, Vio? Or, Bool, everybody. Contribute here. What names? Right now I'm just calling it seasoned chicken and gourmet fish. Or gourmet tuna. What's the name? Actually, Vio, you had like a name of a brand, I think, of food that Vixen liked. Oh, Jagger messaged me. Yes, sir. Yes, if I was still on stream 40 minutes ago. But he is set to away, so I guess he's not actually home. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I'll just stick to the names I have for now, but I forgot if I actually exported this. So let's do it again. Here we go. So let's go to item. So we have a new food, I guess, but it's a food that you make by combining. That's a thing. Mixable cooking item. There we go. Yeah, we've got it. We've got this figured out. Okay, so a mixable cooking item, ID 795, noted version is 796, called sure Chicken Supreme. I'll take it. Value, how much is a chicken worth? Okay, wait, a bucket of herbs I said is 15, and a cooked chicken is 3. This is a pretty low budget meal. So the parts are 18. So I'm going to say, once you've mixed it all together, we're going to call it 30. Some pretty good markup. Sprite index is 518. A delicious, well-seasoned chicken supreme. I guess just chicken dish. Incineration level 1, essence about the same. We'll make it a little better than before. Get recipe dough? No, sir. It is get recipe chicken supreme. And then we need one more here for the item. Oh no, I guess then we need the noted version of chicken supreme. So ID is 796. 795 is the unnoted version. Chicken supreme, worth 30. Picture 318. So then 97 to 98. We're almost at 800 items. Wow. This patch, or this one will be... Is that how you spell gourmet? Gourmet tuna. Gonna give it about the same value, I suppose. Picture 419. Seasoned freshwater tuna cooked to perfection. And then the recipe is gourmet tuna. Now we need the noted version. So 798 to 797. Oh. Is gourmet tuna. Picture 519. Okay, so these objects are in place. So before I forget, let's copy it over to the client. Bam. Now we have to go to the getter. And at the very top here, we have recipes. Bam. So these are the recipes, so they can kind of be passed around when people need them. So this becomes, oh, now we need, oh wait. Oh wait, it's already cooked. Sorry, it's not uncooked. Oh, thank God. I was worried that this was like, I had uncooked chicken supreme, but I guess we're cooking it and then seasoning. Oh, is that right? What do you guys think? Should it be cooked chicken in the recipe, or should you season uncooked chicken? And then have, so it's uncooked chicken supreme, cooked chicken supreme, burnt chicken supreme. Because you do season before you cook. I kind of want to do it after though. It'd just be easier. Sorry, I'm just texting Jagger or messaging Jagger. He says, yeah, he's a bit busy right now. He's going to be done at like 4, and the stream's probably ending around 4. I'll send him pictures of our gourmet meals. Oops. Oh, shoot. Delete that. I just took a screenshot and or a picture. Like I took a picture, but I forgot GIMP does these layers, so I literally took a picture of a couple leaves and nothing else. Alright, let's take a picture of the end result. Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm just dang, what's all this? The cat quest. Theo's in the chat. Alright, I'm just gonna show Jagger what we've been doing so far. So one moment. Come on. Why isn't this connect? Oh, I'm in the middle. Right, I'm in the middle of code changes. I can't run it. Okay. I guess I can send him. Nah, this isn't worth it. I'll just send him the end result later. Alright, let's go back to fixing this. So we were... Chicken Supreme is not a function. Yeah. So let's get back to the getter. Or was I doing it on the client? I better not have been doing it on the client. Oh, I was doing it on the client again. Okay. Chicken Supreme. It's going to require cooked chicken and just be a way that you serve it, because that's less work and I'd rather do that. Like, not less work, and it's not that it's less work overall, it's just that in the future, I don't know, I'd like to make raw, regular, and burnt of each thing its kind of own concept. And right now it's like the idea of manually adding that to like each step along a cooking process would just inflate how many items we actually have. Oh, Jagger says he can probably join for about 30 minutes near the end of the stream. But not for sure, but maybe. So that'll be cool. Sounds good. Let me know if it works out. Hang on, let's get back to this. So this becomes, the name is chicken, I guess it's prepare chicken supreme. The recipe for chicken supreme. Just gonna put the server over here so I can just get the IDs really easy here. It's just a lot of IDs. So to make chicken supreme, you need to start a chicken. Where's a cooked chicken? Cooked chicken, cooked chicken. There we go. 740 is a cooked chicken. And then we want a bucket of herbs. Is there anything else that should be in there? Should be in this list. Bucket of refined herbs. So 793 is the ID. And then you get back one chicken supreme. So that's ID 795. And an empty bucket, because we just used a bucket in the process. You can do this at cooking level 5 is needed to cook that tuna. So I guess I can say chicken supreme is made at level 5. I think that's allowed. That's definitely allowed. And I'll say it's only 50 experience because it's, yeah, 50. Okay. And then this becomes gourmet tuna. So gourmet tuna takes a cooked freshwater tuna and herbs, and you get back a gourmet tuna and a bucket. Same requirements, I'd say. Is there any other ingredients you guys think should be in these things? Adding an egg doesn't really make sense. I don't think so. It's not like we have other things. Like, this is our first kind of spices, like a general thing. It's not like we have butter that you could put on. That'd be cool to have butter, though. Whatever. So this is good. So let's add these recipes to the client. Or to the server. I guess we're already on the client. So now the server runs. Nice. So it knows about it, right? Yep. And this thing runs. Nice. Okay. I guess let's go make some. So we already know that, like, we've already tested and know that we can make the bucket of herbs. So I'm just going to skip that process and spawn a couple of those. 793. Let's put 2 of them. We're going to want 1 cooked freshwater tuna, 787 one, and then 1 cooked chicken. Where is that? 740. So if we use the bucket on the chicken, use the chicken on the bucket, nothing interesting would happen. What does mixable food mean again? Confused. What did I make mixable before? Egg is mixable. What is egg used for? Egg is mixable into dough. Do we do that elsewhere? Egg is mixable into dough. Oh, here we go. Bucket of water is mixable into dough, and bucket of flour is mixable into dough. So when I say that a gourmet tuna is mixable, that is totally not correct. I'm supposed to say that chicken is mixable into a gourmet tuna, or I mean into a gourmet or chicken supreme, and then a bucket of herbs is mixable into the same thing. And then that way either item can be mixed with each other to get this. So let's change this. It is just a food. Nothing special there. And this get recipe thing needs to change. Gourmet tuna. So let's get back. So cooked chicken is a food. It is a mixable cooking item. I think I need to make a new concept, because mixable cooking item does not assume food. Like, you can't eat water, you can't eat flour, but you can mix them to make food. But now I have a food that is mixable into other food. So this is a new case. So let's go to the item getter and make a mixable food. Mixable. There we go. Mixable cooking supreme. Okay. So let's now make a mixable cooking, a mixable food. So in this point, it needs everything that a food is. You'll have to get back to that, but it needs everything that a food is, and then a recipe. So whatever food is, and then recipe. And there's no actions. That's perfect. Okay, so let food is equal this food. We pass everything in. Then let this let mixable is this mixable cooking item, passing in what we need. Full name, value, sprite index, description, incinerate left, essence value, stackable. I'm gonna put recipe before stackable so that I can default stackable to false. So in the end, we're going to return food, I guess. So what? Food changes actions. So we're going to return mixable, because mixable changes a lot of things. And we're going to set mixable's actions to equal the food's actions. And that should be how we merge those two concepts together. Alright, so let's go back to, oh, and, wait, mixable cooking item. It is missing the recipe. That is very important to add. But on top of just that, shoot, what was I going to get at? Oh yeah, there's only one recipe, and the, what do you call it? I forget. But basically it should be recipes. because the herbs can go into 2 different recipes. Or maybe that's the whole point. No, the herb can go into 2 different recipes, so we do need to make it recipes. Let's go to mixable food. Make it recipes. Actually, how do I do the recipe right now? Create step list from recipe. So I have one way I want to do this, but it would get weird if 2 recipes have the same ingredients, which I guess would be useless. Like, why would you do that? But it would kind of be awkward if, like, for example, if seasoning an egg could lead to seasoned egg salad, or seasoned egg Benedict, depending on 2 other items. And like, I put this logic, like the recipes on egg and seasoning, and they both knew multiple recipes for each other. I'd need to be careful there, like add a lot of logic to make sure it's sound, because I would hate to get into a scenario where it tries to invoke 2 different recipes simultaneously. Okay. Item ID. Let's just do it. It's okay. Let keys is equal to object keys recipes. Let I is equal to 0, I is smaller than keys.length. I'm more curious to see what happens to chickens now being mixable, if that's in the programming already or not. It is not right now. Chickens are not yet mixable because they never... Yeah, they never went into a recipe. Right now, the mixable is only used when making dough. Like, the idea is that you click on your water, and then you click on the flour, and if you have an egg there, it'll mix all 3, because you can do any of those 3 and it'll mix them together. However, wait, any of those 3? Yeah. You can do any of those 3, and that would be that, and it makes dough. But when you make chicken pot pie, you tell the pan, I want to prepare this dish, and it does all the work. So I haven't really, like, chicken is not mixable there, but it should be. I think it should be. I think the idea of clicking on, like, basically using items together, like, you should be able to find a lot by just using 2 things together and see. Right, will that be a can of worms? Yeah, it might be a can of worms. That's why I'm kind of afraid to handle multiple recipes. Like, making chicken mixable wouldn't be a big issue, but I am afraid of having an ingredient be mixable in multiple recipes and then have multiple ingredients overlap in those recipes, and then trying to use 2 ingredients that exist in multiple recipes together, one on each other, and have it figure out which recipe to do. Because the way we currently have everything, what it would do if I just kind of coded it through and just ran it, is it would try to make both recipes. So that it would probably be okay. It would just be confusing. It's like, let's say you had butter, egg, and cheese is one recipe, and then like butter, egg, and salsa is another recipe, and you tried to use butter on egg. It would go for whichever one is first, see if you have the items in your inventory. If it does, do the recipe, and then it'd fall into the next case and try to make the second recipe. So if you had a second egg and second butter, it might make 2 meals in one click, which would kind of be gross and not what people want. This is making me feel like a cookbook is like some sort of cookbook object that opens an interface that lets you like see all your recipes is probably the best way to do it. But like, oh, that's like, that's just work. That's like a one-day thing. Like one day we'll get to that. I think I'm not going to support multiple recipes because if I did that, it does open a can of worms. And it would be fine this case, but one day we're going to miss that and it's going to cause issues. If I just made it one recipe, it just means you have to use chicken on the seasoning or use... Yeah. Or I just add a season action to the seasoning. That's the other thing I could do. Like just make it so that the bucket of seasoning has an action that's like season, and then you get to pick which meal you want to season, because then it's obvious in your face. But cooking range, yeah, true. Smithing is already kind of like that though with coal. Yeah, it is. I don't know. Some things have definitely been a little inconsistent in how we've done things, but I think one big kind of, not debate, but like a matter of perspective is, do you feel like everything should be laid out for the player, or do you feel the player should have to find these things on their own? What I think is the nicest approach is to have the player learn everything, like not figure out everything on their own, but like you use the pan and then the pan says like you have options. Do you want to prepare this meal, this meal, this meal into that pan? I think that's obvious because then any player can click that and see the menu and go, oh my God, I can make cake. Wow. Versus the other way with the other perspective is you click on the ingredients and use them together and you make the dough, then you put the dough in the pan and you put the last ingredient on top, and then you click one by one and it never tells you can make these things. So how obvious should we make it? First way? Okay. So first way in this scenario to me means that we do not make this chicken recipe mixable. This whole mixable food thing, I'm not going to use it. I'll leave it here because there's probably going to be something that could use it, but I'm not going to use it today. And I'll just enhance the spices so that you can say spice this meal, spice this meal. Because then it's like, it's definitive. It's like, I want to spice a supreme, like I want to spice my chicken. And then it'll just tell you, you don't have chicken. I want to spice my tuna. Oh, you don't have tuna. It's just kind of in your face. Okay, we'll do it that way. So that means right now it's just a bucket of spice is a bucket of spice. So I need to make a new item getter for wherever we say full bucket. Yeah. And we make it a bucket of spice object or method here. Similar to like how we did bucket of water here. There was extra work on top of a bucket of water that the other buckets didn't have, so we just kind of enhance it. So bucket of spice is not stackable. I mean, I guess we can just... no, it's okay. We'll keep it as is. Okay. So... let bucket equal this full bucket ID, noded ID, full name, value, sprite index, description, incineration level, essence value, not stackable. At the end, we return the bucket. So anybody who tries to make a bucket of spice this way gets their bucket. Now, in between these, we need to add some extra things about spicing. So I guess it's not really recipes. It is recipes though, isn't it? No. So what it is it's buckets, actions, pushes a new action onto that array for us. So a new thing you can do. And I don't know the ID yet. I'm assuming it's going to be interface ID 5, ID 35 maybe. This is 35, empty. It's probably something different though, like a different ID we're going to have to use. But this will be called spice food. Spice with, I guess, yeah. Spice food with. And then this opens up a interface. So steps makes one step array, and all it is step type show default interface. No, interface. Open dialog interface. Open action menu interface. That's it. So open that with our parameters of, we're gonna have two different things here that you can spice. So this is gonna reference two different things. I know these are valid IDs, so I'm just gonna put them there for now. Okay. So let's just make sure I'm calling the right thing here. Yes, we are. So let's go to interfaces. We need to go to ID 5 here. 5? Nope, 5. Inventory. Use, drop, equip, blah, 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 blah. Empty is over here. So let's make one new one. 36. Spice with. Spice food. We're gonna make it -1, so it just kind of happens instantly. There's not really a reason to wait for that. Okay. So now we need to go to this big interface thing here. Yeah, this big list here. We get to the bottom, bam. So we're gonna have to add two new entries here. It's gonna be get the interface for spice. It's gonna be ID 268, and we're gonna need the item you want to spice. Yeah, so I guess it's item to spice, and then item after spicing. As far as I know, that's roughly what it's going to be. We'll flesh it out once we actually start coding it. So 268 and 269 are the IDs we get to use now for our nice thing for this. So 268 and 269 will be what we're referring to. Let's copy this bucket of spice over to the client. Now let's go to the interface getters. Where's interface? Here we go. Interface. Recipe. Here we go. Ooh, maybe I don't need to. Spice sounds so like, so it's just recipe. So it basically turns that into, yeah, that's exactly what we need. See, we got ahead of ourselves. We don't even need what I thought we did. We already have it here in a recipe. The spice must flow. Here we go. Spice. Oh yeah, see right there. Get recipes, supreme chicken, and then get recipes, gourmet tuna. Ooh. So I'm just copying it over from the client to the server again. I don't think this is enough, but it might be. Wait, no it's not. Let's go to the item on the client. I don't think I have. Where's herbs? Bucket of refined herbs. It's no longer a full bucket, it is a bucket of herbs. Right? I believe so. And I don't think there's a new parameter that goes along with that. Spice is a gateway drug to adding herbalism into the game. True. Before you know it, people will be buying illegal spirit weed. Oh yeah. Got into that chicken supreme. Bucket of, I forgot where I was. Bucket of spice. Bucket of spice. It's bucket of herbs. That's why I couldn't find it. Cannot read property. Open action menu interface. Oh, because this is a left bracket. Alright, it's running. Let's see what we got here. So now we got right click menus, both called empty bucket. Lovely. Does the second empty bucket do what I think it does though? No, go to the first empty bucket. Damn it, they both empty the bucket. I don't know what I expected. Okay, actions push 35. That's 36 now, isn't it? That's probably it. Yeah, so I was reading the empty bucket action. So now I gotta get that herb stuff back. 793. Item 793. Get 2 of them. Okay. Spice with bucket. Spice with bucket of refined herbs. That's interesting how it's like spice, use, drop, empty. Like that the ordering changes so much. Does my item have a use and drop? Is that why? Oh, it probably orders by where in the interface it is. Like its actual ID. Maybe, maybe not. Anyway. Oh. We crashed. What did we do? Expected an array. Okay, that's something. So that means that this is supposed to be an array of arrays, I think. Bucket of. So let's see if that is the case. Chicken Supreme is not too spicy. It's just spicy enough. I like my spices. 1 bucket of spices per chicken. Okay. Spice. Prepare chicken supreme. Oh, it's there. It's just not visible. I'll take it. Okay. Spice. Gourmet tuna. Bam. And there's another one. Gourmet tuna. Woo. Okay, why are they invisible? That is promising. npm run build dev. I'm just going to do a build on the client to see if it was just like, it looks like it should work. So I'm just checking if maybe it didn't compile the sprite sheet in. Next tier be hot wings, then ultimate buffalo wings. Oh yeah. Use knife on a chicken to get chicken wings, which heals less, but it's stackable. That'd be interesting, actually. Like, you get a chicken, and then you use a knife on it, and you get 2 stackable chicken wings that are just raw. But chicken wings are like, just, we make sure that they heal a lot less. Stackable food, I just think, is a good idea. Why are they still invisible? Amount healed. Wait. Ooh, nope. These are all off. Okay, so amount healed is missing in my... Sorry, I should do this on the monitor you guys can see. I do that by habit too much. Supreme chicken. Oh yeah, it's no longer... Okay, so it's no longer mixable. That's the first step. So that's a disconnect. And then 2... So full name, amount healed value sprite. So we need to put amount healed here. So I'm going to go with 4 and 4 probably. Oop, and Jagger is calling, so we're going to join in with him. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. How's your day been?
It's pretty good. Had a nice morning, and now I'm at the office.
Nice. That's how it's gotta be.
Yeah. I'm just doing some small things I gotta do. That takes a lot of time in between them, so I'm just kind of chilling. While I work on other things.
Fair. I don't know if you have a chat open, but Ironic and Boole both said, "Hey, Jagger."
Oh, yeah, I do. Hello. Thank you for the welcome.
Oh, yeah. Alright. This is gonna work, and then I'm gonna be a very happy person. Just you watch.
I'm watching.
They said I couldn't do it. They didn't believe.
What are you working on right now? Just finishing that quest off?
Yeah, just getting all the pieces ready for it. I don't have the branching for, like, dialogue changing the state yet, but the base is there, and there's a house, there's herbs to pick that, yeah, like you can, I guess, yeah, you're watching, so yeah, you can pick herbs. The herbs can be milled into, yeah, the herbs can be milled with a bucket into, like a bucket of refined herbs. And the recipe will call for like a chicken plus that refined herbs, or the special freshwater tuna and the refined herbs. So freshwater tuna is only found on land, so not on the ocean, in the forest biome for the sake of the quest.
Can you eat it? Or?
Can you eat it?
We should make it a... What level of fishing do you need for
5. I made it between shrimp and sardine. That's kind of where I'm placing it.
Does it heal? Does it heal? Can you eat it?
Yeah, you can eat it. It's still like a whole food.
We should make it a little higher. We should make it 15, and then we should make it 1 HP higher than whatever the level 10 is.
Okay.
And then that way you can only fish it once you finish the quest.
Wait, you can only fish it once you've done the quest?
Yeah, like they let you fish it the first time when you're getting food for the cat.
Oh. Okay. So like if you try to use so what would happen if you haven't started the quest and you're not not a high enough level and you go to the fishing pool? Would it just tell you like
you don't know how to fish these fish yet, I guess.
Okay.
Say, like something specific.
Something specific, not just like nothing interesting happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because you'd be comparing and then exiting early, so you could just put your own message in.
Okay.
For that.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Neat.
Yeah.
So I'm really close to finishing off. I wanted to fix up some stuff with the farm stuff. There's stuff like when you cook the pies and stuff, you wouldn't get your baking sheets back. Like they would just destroy them. So I made that happen, and then also they stack. I lowered the XP on some things and added level requirements to some.
Okay. Yeah. Alright, sounds good.
Overall, it's pretty well. The only thing left, I think I have to test left for all of that is the wool, because I'm not sure what I want to do with that.
The wolf?
I think the wool, the yarn.
Oh, wool, the yarn. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
I kind of want to just, because you were saying we should just do a cloth, like make cloth out of it, but I do want to do the silk. I think it'd look better if we just did the silk from woodcutting.
Mm-hmm.
So either we might need like, I was thinking one thing of yarn would just be 10 thing of thread. Like you could just.
Oh, yarn to thread.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, a way to make thread.
Because I think there was some requests for that. Same with tinderbox or matchboxes.
Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, definitely added yarn without a use case all lined up. Just got some cool Sprite. Went crazy.
Good here.
Yeah.
Might as well.
It's all good. It was the one thing when I posted on incremental games and I like kind of explained what we did this patch. As much as the video showed me like shearing sheep, I didn't actually write that. I just wrote there's sheep because I didn't want to point out there's yarn and then be asked what it does. So it's like we'll omit that. It's a teaser.
Yeah. Good call.
Yeah. Okay. I see what you mean. For some reason, I thought you meant like when you prepared the dish, you lost the pan. But I see what you mean now. It's when you eat it, you lose the pan, or when you cook it or whatever. Yeah. I didn't think about that. Yeah. Okay. That's good. Good catch. Otherwise, you're just losing pans every meal.
Yeah. Exactly. Like it'd be nice to have that not happen.
Mm-hmm.
So they stack as well, so it's a little easier to cook it. Because we're getting to the point like a cake would have been like 5 separate inventory slots just to be able to prepare it and everything, and it would take so long.
So I don't know if you tweak the numbers on cake, but the reason originally I made it so painful and so non-automated was because Sandwich insisted on it healing more than like fish would, like basically being a hard manual thing that you can't mass produce, but then you could go and go to battle with like 10 cakes or whatever, like, and it would go a long way. So
that's not bad. Did you add the HP for each food for those food yet? Or?
There's HP set, yes, but that's like, I think that I had a comment about asking you to check out the value because it was at like 14 for that cake because the best fish is 12. And a level 1 thing healing 14. I was saying that on stream earlier. I was like, that's actually a little unbalanced.
A little bit, yeah. I think there's we could do half pies and half cakes, kind of like RS did. And that way it's like not that it's like overpowered where you can just eat 20 HP of food or 10 or like a high amount, but it's more food, but it's more food per inventory slot than typical food would be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no,
but
that
it's
makes
not
sense.
like you can eat a ton of it at once.
Yeah, like slice by slice.
The only thing is we need another sprite for that though.
Yeah. I think I thought about that, and then I thought about needing sprites, and I was like, we'll find a stackable food instead. But yeah. How about chicken wings? We were talking about that earlier. Would you be down for stackable chicken wings? First, we got to get a deep
Stackable
fryer.
food is hard because it's like overpowered. Like as soon as you add any sort of stackable food, it's immediately overpowered. So you have to like limit it to making it hard to find and making it like 1 HP per. So I don't know. There's still like a lot of thought to go into that just because it's. What's the bag idea?
I know. I'm just reading up. I missed it. Ironic said that basically I think it's putting food in bags that will auto heal you when you reach a certain like low amount of health.
I see. Yeah, if we had that mixed with, like, if you had a way where you could auto eat with stackable food, it would just be.
Yeah, because the bags add a max stack, which is nice.
Yeah, it's definitely something I want to look at, but I think because of the power it gives, like it should almost be like a item you get near end game, or like from a hard boss, so it's like a valuable item that enables auto eating or whatever. So I've been kind of thinking about it, but I'm not ready to try and implement it just because it's something I feel like everyone would just flock to that type of food.
Okay.
And then I see what you mean by the bag. There's an item in RS called Cornucopia, which is pretty much you can stash any sort of food into it up to 12 hit points and then eat the whole thing at once. And I guess it's kind of like that, but not quite the same.
Yeah, I think this idea is more that you can hold a lot of food, which is similar to that, but then it would automatically heal, so it's for AFK combat. Out of the bag, limiting the stack.
The only way where I would consider doing a food bag right now, with how I see it, is the food bag breaks after.
Like you can't reuse the bag?
Yeah, just because, There's, like what Aaronic's saying in chat, highest tier cloth, and that's still not enough to justify it. Especially since we're going to have, 6 more types of cloth come out eventually.
Okay, what if we have a, you can have a food bag, and it can go on forever, right? But we have a random event where a wolf spawns beside you and tries to take the bag from you, and you have to click on the wolf to punch him within 5 seconds, or he takes it. So if you're AFK, you might lose your bag, but if you're there, you won't lose your bag.
That's
thoughts.
Interesting.
All right.
A little overcomplicated for what I was thinking.
No, it's perfect. It's easy.
It's adding lore, I guess.
How about a special cloth from bosses or obby that can be crafted with and repaired? I guess, repairing might make sense, right? Like a bag breaks, but it's not like it disappears. It's like...
Well, okay, if we're calling it that, then all we need is an item which is enables auto eating, and then you just create a regular bag which takes food out of it and costs a charge. Unless we made a full different type of bag that's a refrigerated bag, and you need certain types of charges which are more expensive.
That's true. You don't want your meat to spoil. You need a refrigerated one.
Gotta keep the food safe.
I'm food safe certified, you know? I'm not, actually. Not at all. Thermal bag, lunchbox. That'd be good.
That's I'll probably continue thinking of that later, but I don't want to try and add it right now.
Mm-hmm.
But as for these 3 pieces of food that you have healing 10 health each, what do you think we should do with that? Just lower it, and then we'll add halves eventually, and then it'll be a better food then?
Yeah, we can do that. Like, I don't know, sandwiches. It was pretty much sandwich, which is Zazima's criticism, right? You gotta respect it and also take it with a grain of salt, because the average person doesn't deal with like, oh, I don't have something higher than max fish,
Yeah, exactly. So it's definitely a suggestion from Endgame.
Yeah, and another thing we could do with it, I think this is what I said on the stream too, and I was saying that the cake is a little unbalanced with it being plus 14 or whatever, is making it weaker for now, adding cheese, because we have milk and everything, right? And people have talked about cheese, and then making like something like cheesecake, and that's special, right? Like making variations that are harder than what we have, that are worth more.
Yeah. Like, I'm down if it's like we just make like super advanced cooking recipes where it's like you need 8 ingredients, and those food are actually like the end game food rather than just super high level fish.
Mm-hmm.
And then that way we could rename fishing into like gathering or something that's similar, so it's more broad. And then you can combine like other, like wheat gathering would be more that than cooking, I guess. But the idea is then you can use end game fishing in the high end game recipes.
That'd be interesting. Okay, food for thought. I kind of like the idea of that.
So yeah, for now I've made them a lot lower just because they're kind of beginning, and I'm imagining 2 slices each. So right now it's chicken, meat pie, and cake is 3, 4, and 5 HP. So it's pretty low, I know,
okay.
But it's also like level 10 and under to cook it. So
yeah. Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
We need some like okay, what if we had an item that healed like 50 health, right? But it was so big it physically took up like a 2x2 in inventory slots.
Just redesign how the inventory works.
Yeah.
Okay, deal.
Nice. Sounds good. Alright, what?
I was actually thinking of implementing... I almost did this, and it's actually pretty easy to do. Max stacks of items, and then like I was going to do where eggs could stack up to 12 or something.
That I think that's not a bad idea. Like, just have it so that like, like you just see the stack of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, and then once it reaches its max, it's like the numbers, I don't know, like bold, and maybe the color changes, so like, oh, that stack's maxed. Otherwise, it might look weird if you're trying to pick up eggs and it's, I don't know, some way to show it, unless it's just like a round number, like Minecraft just does 100. If something obscure, you can.
It's super easy to do too. You'd just have to add to the def like a max stack size, and then it would just check when it's adding to see if it's max stack.
Yeah, I was a little. I don't know why I was surprised about this, but like when I was messing around with the cooking update before, like last week or whatever, I had items, and then I rearranged all the IDs because I was like, oh no, I forgot to add burnt and I wanted them in order. So like I rearranged all the IDs, and just based on the way that like buckets were stackable, the other thing wasn't. So I had a stack of an ID that is no longer stackable and stuff. I was really surprised to just see my inventory have multiple stacks of the same item, just the way it kind of worked out. And I was like, oh, It doesn't auto collapse. Like it can support multiple stacks of the same item. For some reason I just assumed it would collapse it all, but
yeah, no, it doesn't. It's only when you're adding or removing items when it updates the slots or whatever. So yeah, it's good to go. Like we could, and then I also considered maybe it'd be kind of nice just to do like a carton of eggs, that you make cartons and then you can add eggs to it, but then you have to do item states on it.
Cartons of eggs. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, I don't know I don't know if we'd want to item state it because then you can't note them ever and you can't put them in bags. Stuff like that. And there's bags. You could just put bags and bags in. Anyways, some thoughts.
Healing object / NPC.
Yeah, I think we'll just replace that for now with global timers for updating skills. Which, now that I think about that, let's see if I can do that. Because it'd be nice to have. Been a request for a long time. But a healing NPC would be fine. Like if we added another building that was like a hospital or clinic or something, and that's just all they did. It's you'd pay like some coins and they'd heal you. Mm-hmm. Or if you live in the States, you have to pay them like a huge sum of coins.
Checks your location.
Checks your IP address.
Oh man. But okay, all right. Good ideas here. Yeah, so just so you know where we're at with this quest thing, just what I've been working on here today with everyone. We've got the house, we've got the place to fish, we've got the herbs, we've got the recipes all the way that you can like basically make, as you can see, these supreme chicken and gourmet tuna, which I think look pretty dapper, honestly.
Yeah, nice.
And Billy and Vixen are sheep for now, but they're actually cats that they're just using the sheep model. So that's why we see these guys. So you can like pet Vixen. And then the talk to, this is the last thing now to implement. The last thing to implement really, like obviously there's always this little loose ends everywhere, but is the talk to, which will have all the logic, right? Like the like when you're talking to the goblin kid in that quest, and that's where it checks, like if you're at this state and you have these items, do this. Otherwise you're at this state with these items, do this. So I have to just wire up a lot of logic like that in the talk to messages.
Oh, okay. That's pretty close then. Yeah, how has it been adding like a new quest like this with the new system? It's been fine?
It's been fine. I haven't used it yet. Like I haven't done a set state, get state anywhere in the code yet. So, but it seemed really fun about making the state, defining it, filling in the get description, and then just kind of bam, it's on the quest tab. I can click on it. My description, my default description arose, like came up, stuff like that was fine. Oh, and I have a sign here for Vio, because Vio didn't want an NPC if we gave him the sheep and stuff, or the cats, I mean. So I gave him like a little Vio's home plaque here, so you can just like read the plaque. And on the table, so I don't know if you're watching still, but on the table, there's a table here with two different papers, and they're not items. These are actually world objects, but they kind of pair together to look like, one thing. And so if you read the first one, it's the spiced chicken recipe that will be gourmet chicken. It's just the old name. Then the other is gourmet seafood. So this is where I figured the quest will start by you basically, once you read one of those two recipes, that's when the quest starts, because you've started. It's almost like two quests, right? It's like you read Billy's recipe, you get his stuff, and then you feed him. And then you read Vixen's, you get her stuff, and then you feed her. And really, like, the way I even wrote the get description, I guess you can't see it because I literally made it so that if you haven't started, it says haven't started. But it's two sets. It's like Billy, and then here's the 4 things you have to do. And then Vixen, here's the 4 things. Oh, question, because I haven't gotten to test this yet. Is this markup I can use in here? Because I've seen that we can use bold, like the greater, or the lesser than be greater than to do bolding. And we can do the notes in those brackets. Can I do like all markup in here and it's fine?
I believe it's, let me just double check here.
I mean, I guess
I think so. I'm just yeah, so if you search the client for tooltip body multi-text, tooltip body multi-text. Oh shoot, I clicked something in a bundle. Oh no.
Okay, I got it. Yep.
See how it says default, green, red, gold, gray, rec?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You can pretty well do full, like, any sort of styling on that markup. So you define the markup tag, and then you put in the style from color to drop shadow to boldness to italic.
So you added bold. It's not that bold came with it.
Well, bold came with, like, you can do bold by just specifying bold, and what I'm just showing you is how to do the markup tags.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, basically I want to do strike throughs for like once you've done a task.
Oh yeah, okay. I would suggest, I think it's the, oh no, it's not the tooltip. What uses dialogue UI?
Dialogue UI?
Uses dialogue text. So add the markup to the dialogue text style.
Dialogue text.
Yeah, so see there's actually already a bold there. In theme.js. Oh, you're there. Sorry,
I'm in
just
dialogue
one line,
UI. Theme.js. Oh yeah, here already. Yeah, I saw bold in here. Is there like a strike? I mean, the easiest way for me to test if it just kind of knows it is for me to just state array 0 equals 1. Let's see how that looks. I assume this is client side.
Yeah.
Ah, no, it didn't. Okay. So I do have to come up with it on my own. Whatever.
Wait, what did you define?
Oh, I didn't define anything. I just did the markups strike through syntax just to see if it was already defined somewhere. But it wasn't, so we do have to do it. Okay. So
Well, let's double check what the. I'm surprised there's no.
I mean, I guess I can also just Google Pixie.js strike through.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, and there's no. Strike through.
It's kind of weird it doesn't have it. Okay, well anyway, this is where I'll have to come up with it, I guess. Or do we describe it, or we can only like style
You
it?
can't like, yeah, it's styling it where it's based on you're just defining tags which grab styles you've created. So
Damn
yeah,
it.
we're not gonna be able to manually create it.
Damn it.
Unless we
Yeah.
want to spend all day.
Yeah, no, like doing some custom render kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That sucks. I'm just gonna Google around a bit and just hope that it's just called something weird.
Yeah, I'm taking a look. There's other sites for it.
Don't know why I'm Googling on the other monitor. We'll Google on the main monitor. Pixie.js themes.
So you could actually do it, and I'll show you
Okay.
in a second.
Let's see it.
But it might not look too good, and it might be like overkill.
Okay.
But pretty well. Oh yeah, it's not looking too good. I tried to do a gradient.
A gradient. Like, can you send me a screenshot? Like, do you mean like 2 words would just be gradient in the middle? Like it would just kind of change colors?
Pretty much.
Nice.
Oh yeah, okay, it wouldn't work because it doesn't do a line that connects it. It just does like, it looks looks pretty bad actually. I wouldn't recommend this. I tried. It's the best I got.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean now. By gradient. Ooh. I guess the other thing is I could just follow the same pattern we're using in the quest log itself. So it's like a step that's finished. Like a step that has been started and not finished is red. A step that's been started and finished is green. A step that hasn't been started is yellow. Or default.
Yeah, I'll just go with that because that's what we use for like the labels already.
Yeah, that's probably the best. I could do that really quickly. So is it?
It's already in place.
GRN?
Maybe
like,
not.
Is my tag literally just GRN? Like in the angle bracket or in the triangle brackets? So it's
probably have to add a yellow one, but
literally.
The RGB for yellow is FFFF00.
Alright, let's test this out.
Cool.
So you're just at work right now? Just waiting for it? What are you waiting for that takes enough time you can be in a call with us? On a Sunday night. What are you doing? Go home.
What are you doing, Jagger? Go home.
Yeah. Why are you there?
I'm comparing some data for some tests I've been writing. Some manual tests. And I'm just trying to run more tests to try and get the automated test closer to the manual test.
Okay.
So it takes like a long time because I run the test and it's like a half-hour test.
I see. That sucks. Half-hour test.
Yeah, it's a little long.
Yeah, that's very long. Half hour? Like, I don't know. I feel impatient when building takes like 2 minutes.
Whoa, buddy. Our build time's like, a full build is like an hour.
Oh my god. Yeah, I don't I don't fuck with that. For me, it's like, yeah, full build is like 1 to 2 minutes, but like, yeah, it's not too bad.
Yeah,
at least
I would say so.
At least
1
you
to 2
can
minutes, yeah.
yeah, at least you can genuinely say though that like it's compiling. You know, if you go play like play games, whatever, ping pong. Just be like,
exactly.
Oh, yeah,
that's usually what we do. We all try and time our build times at the same time, so we can all just go down for a bit.
Okay, so I see now. I need to. What is it? Goals UI? No. What was the dialogue UI you said to steal the color thing from? Where do I get that? Theme.get current theme?
Yeah, it's in theme.js.
Dialogue text. Okay. So then when I go to goals UI, oh no, but I am in a goals UI. Wait.
What are you looking for?
Sorry. I want to be able to use that red and green stuff in dialogue, in dialogue UI. So am I just misusing?
Well, dialogue.js already uses dialogue text. See? So as long as you added those tags to dialogue text in theme.js, it should already be a tag that can be used, and it's set up and ready and good to go.
I didn't even touch it. Like I just kind of.
Oh, well, go to dialogue text in theme.js.
Oh, okay. So then this guy needs.
Yeah, so add the colors red, green, yellow.
Okay.
There was something else that had it already.
Gold note. Do you use GRN?
Something else had it too, don't you? Yeah, but yeah, there's another GRN somewhere on a different tag. That one has drop shadow, so don't use drop shadow.
Yeah, I'm just stealing it. Okay, so there we go. So now if we go into the game, why does the server keep stopping? There we go. Read Billy chicken recipe. Nice. So I set myself to be 2 steps, like on step 3 of the Billy quest, and now it's like done that, done that. So now we'll go to red. So now I gotta make what you're currently on red. Oh, this will look good.
Currently on yellow, you mean? Right?
I was thinking it'd be like a unfinished.
Your current step is yellow. Your steps coming up, which you haven't started yet, are red.
Would it be steps? Is that how it currently is?
Like, well, that's how it could be.
I just mean like that's how the dialogue, or the goals UI is. For some reason, like I thought red is like you haven't finished this, but you started. Okay, so I got it backwards. Yeah, I see what you mean. Okay, so the ones you haven't started are red. That's fair. Okay, let's go. Here we go. Into goals. Okay, guys, so gonna be ending the stream shortly here. I'm feeling kind of want to make lunch. It's 4 p.m. But I made a wrap at like right before the stream because I was like, oh no, I need food. I always mess this part up. Starting at 11.
I like to make some meals.
I do. I gotta. Starting at 11 is deceiving because like you're not that hungry by 11, but all of a sudden it's 1 and it's only 2 hours later and you should have had lunch already.
Yeah.
Okay. So if we're on 3, we set that to green. Carson, Vancouver's best rap artist. Honestly, I make so many raps. My raps are on fleek. You know? They're the best. Ask anybody. I make too many raps. It drives my girlfriend crazy how many raps I make. I literally... I was like... I decided I was going to do this, like... This... Not a chili diet, but I got, like... I wanted to prove that chili could be healthy. You know? And I made so much chili and it was delicious. And on day 3 or 4, I was so bored of having chili every day. This was like 2 weeks ago. I was so bored of it that I like wrapped the chili and
Whoa!
with cheese.
What are you doing?
And then that's when I was like, wow,
Actually,
wrapped chili with cheese is no longer healthy.
no, I could see that being good because it's like bread and chili with cheese on it, right?
Yeah, exactly. It was good. I'm not gonna say it wasn't good. It was pretty good, you know.
It was good. It was pretty good. It was
like right. I liked it. It was fantastic. But okay, so let's figure out my. So you are currently. Billy has been fed. Green. Otherwise. Yeah, I'm gonna friggin' have to do breaks here. It's okay. Actually write this out properly.
How many states are you using for this quest?
Right now, just 2.
Just 2?
Yeah,
Okay.
Billy's state and Vixen's state. It starts when either of them are not at 0, and it ends when they're both at 3. But I wasn't sure if I don't know. I wanted to talk to you about the ending of this quest because it can have like the ending could just be, you know, you fed Billy and you've already fed Vixen, therefore you're done the quest. Or it could be once you fed them both, you have to talk to an NPC or do something, right? Like, do you want it to continue on past? Or do you think just feeding both is the end?
What should be after? Like,
I don't
talk to NPC. I'm surprised you start the quest by just reading recipes. I was expecting like an NPC to start with, but
yeah, the way I don't know, I kind of went with that, but the way I kind of think it should be is that you start the quest by realizing the cats need to be taken care of. So what I actually have written here, which is what I sent you the picture.
So it's like you talking like to yourself almost. Like you read them, you're like, wow, these cats look hungry.
Yeah, exactly. Or it's like, you know, you're inspecting around the place, and I was originally thinking of having like a mailbox world object, and it's the act of looking at the mailbox and going like, wow, whoever owns this house hasn't been home in a couple weeks, you know, or a couple days or something, right? Like, oh, I should feed the cats. But then I felt like I didn't want to call out Vio and make it look like you don't feed your cats, you know? So
never online.
Yeah, I didn't want to turn into like the owner definitely slacked off here. So but I was thinking like, yeah, so either you find like basically go, oh, they look hungry, I should make it, or you find Vio, the explorer, who will be in a total different place, like in the mining guild by the goblins or something. And if you go talk to him, he like asks you to like go, like basically that he hasn't been home in a bit and his cats need feeding, and asks you to do it because he's out exploring. I don't know, I was thinking it could be like a multiple ways to start it. You know, either you stumble upon the house, check it out and decide like, oh, I should just feed them, or you talk to the NPC who kind of guides you there and is like, yo, go feed them. But
I think it's fine actually, yeah, if we just did it where you stumble across them and you start like, you maybe read the sign out front. But you're right, yeah, you don't want to call them out too much. I just think it'd be kind of cool because then you could do a second quest where you're like, where'd the owner go? Let's go find him.
True. Oh, so last night, do you remember my message I sent you about the whole we don't have to like for if we wanted to make a special instance of NPCs, we don't really, like for quests, we don't really have to say there's one per person. We could say there's one per state, right? Like,
yeah.
Quest 1 has 4-year-old, like level 4 Timmy. Quest 2 has level 8 Timmy. And you only, like, when you finish level 1, Timmy basically grows up. Like, the level 4 disappears and level 4 becomes visible to you.
Right.
Right, as a way to progress. I had some ideas I want to pitch to you. I'll pitch it on stream, right? But basically, so we continue on with this goblin kid, right? We have the cow murder quest, then we go into clowning around to get the clown outfit where he kind of jokes with you and he really becomes fond of you. The quest after that could be about like him asking you to help his brother because his brother's the one who like basically wants to become a wizard, but the elder goblins are keeping the secrets too close and you have to like basically go slaughter elder goblins to get the goblin scrolls for him. And you kind of like you grow with these pair, right? Like there's like we'll have like 8 quests with just this child goblin and he gets really friendly with you. And then on the side we'll have the little Jimmy quest line where little Jimmy, like first quest is he's like a level 4 and you make him a birthday cake for his birthday. Then he's like grows up, you teach him to mine, you teach him to camp, you teach him to fight, and then there's a quest where you help him apply to like be a guard. And then after you've done that quest, Jimmy is like no longer in the town because he's a guard and he's on duty. And then later on, there will like you'll get to a point with the goblin quest where the goblins go away too because they go on an adventure. And then deep in the dungeons, there's an area where both of those NPCs are fighting. And you have to stumble in it and pick sides. And it becomes like a which path do you take? Do you help Jimmy kill the goblins or do you help the goblins take out Jimmy? Get you attached to both kids.
Which kid do you kill?
Yeah, which one? Yeah.
Okay.
And
then,
then,
I'd like to look at the NPC spawning thing because I think it matters on which situation you need it. Mm-hmm. If it's something where you need like the guy following you around the world, mm-hmm. obviously you have to spawn one for each character. But...
Yeah. I guess I was more talking about like, imagine if there was like 4 Ozykes in Ozykes building, right? One was like a level 12, one was a level 40, right? Like, it's just they're all in the same spot, and you just go to Ozykes' house, and the one you see is based on where you're at. In that case, I was thinking it would be shared. But yeah, I get what you mean. Like, if they're going to follow you, you definitely have to just spawn it locally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Aaronic said, find an amulet of cat speak in the house, then talk to the cats and find out their favorite foods. We could do that, but we've already got a recipe, and I don't want to redo what I did today. I mean,
that's exactly like, I mean...
It's not much work, actually.
Yeah, but it's taking like cat speak is such a like RuneScape thing.
Oh, okay. Amulet. I see.
So I don't know if I want to add that.
No, that's
like
fair.
A very specific item.
No, that's fair. I think that's one. I don't want to say nice thing, but one thing I think is kind of funny is like I played RuneScape as a kid, but I never really played it after the Grand Exchange came out. Like I didn't get into old school when you got into old school. So I forget all the quests other than like the name Karamja, knowing that there's a Dragon Slayer quest. Like I feel like if I went back, it'd be a lot of nostalgia, but like I don't actually remember a lot of it. So I feel like when I try to like plan out how an item would work, I don't have this like bias that is like how RuneScape did it. Whereas I feel like a lot of players, they come from RuneScape, so like that's their gut instinct is like, oh, this is a way that worked really well. And it's true, you don't have to if it ain't broke, don't fix it too. So like if it's a clean way to do it, you don't have to do it differently.
For what, sorry? What?
Just things in general, I don't know. I just meant I feel like I'm not as RuneScape influenced as you or a lot of the community, so like the idea of a cat speak amulet didn't even come to mind. Like I didn't even think about that. Whereas I didn't when someone and then that's the other thing. I read cat speak amulet and I'm like, that's a great idea because like I didn't even realize that that's a RuneScape thing.
Yeah. I mean, good thing I have enough knowledge on it, I guess, to call out. Hey. Yeah. Yeah, like it's a good idea because it adds more lore and kind of like uniqueness to the quest. But if we had some other thing to add, I think it'd be good.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that there's ways we could do it too. Like, you could take like the Pokemon route of Pokemon don't speak English, and people can't speak to Pokemon, but there are Pokemon that can speak English, and then those Pokemon can understand other Pokemon because they speak Pokemon. So it's like Meowth, you know, like Team Rocket has Meowth, and Meowth can just basically act as a translator. You could have translator NPCs. You know, if you ever have like a complication like that, like you're trying to help some like wildebeests, and there's just like a werewolf who will translate for you.
I like it. Yeah, it'd be interesting.
Oh, about
it'd be a good way to add steps to a quest too, like go see the translator. Translate this.
Oh, also about this whole Goblin and his brother versus Jimmy quest line I was pitching. I think because the Goblin brother's a mage, right? I think if we did this and you pick the Goblin side and kill Jimmy, the Goblins should give you like a quest thing, like a scroll that basically, if you use the spell, it turns you into a Goblin, and it becomes like a permanent thing on that adventure. So it's just like they give you the knowledge to perform this like one-way transformation.
And how do you get back?
You can't. That adventure is permanently a Goblin. Right? That a Goblin, right? Like a Goblin adventurer could walk into an aggressive Goblin camp and not get attacked. But if he walks into a city, the guards attack him. It's basically like changing the state of one of your adventures forever.
I feel like I would enjoy a way to get back.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I mean, I get you.
Just, you know, so I don't get attacked by guards all the time.
Psh, you just have one guy who's just always in the forest. He never gets to go back to the city.
Yeah.
Should be a timed spell. That's true. So all goblins are just humans who read the wrong scroll. True. You're getting into a game I beta tested before called T4C, Evil and Good Seraphs. You get branded with the skin once you pick. Yeah, we've talked about the idea of like evil and good and having that influence based on like what quest lines. I think that's part of why I kind of went down that path of like, oh, goblin curse. Because I do like the idea of basically being able to like have good and evil decisions.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe permanently changing your state isn't the way to go. It could be a time spell. It could also be like a time spell honestly makes a lot of sense. You know, it's like for the next 15 minutes you're a goblin.
That, or you could do just like an elixir to get back. Either way. Whichever works.
Yeah. Alright, let me just finish this part here, and then I think I'm gonna close down the stream for the day. But
yeah, okay.
I'm just gonna finish up where I was, because I started something here. Cloak of Goblin City. Goblin City. Oh yeah. Elixirs might be interesting. Like if there was, like, just imagine if there was an elixir to turn into any NPC. Like literally, like there's an elixir of chicken, and you turn into a chicken, and then you can run around. And like that seems useless, but maybe there's like a chicken coop you can infiltrate. You know, get to the other side of an area that, like, you have to go through the chicken coop and get on the other side, then turn back. So many things to do.
Yeah.
Endless. It never goes away. How do I want to do this? So they're all green. Yeah, this is how we're gonna do it. Oh, getting tired.
Tired. 4:30.
I know. I've been up since 5:30.
Oh,
I woke up early.
that's your problem right there.
Yeah, I know. Okay, almost done this. Okay, so once you've done that all, it's green. If you haven't done that, bam. That's red. Yeah, I'm excited though. This whole quest thing is gonna be pretty cool. I like how the new quest state I can kind of branch. It's not really branching quest line, but just the fact that it's not linear is kind of nice. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like being able to do very abstract things with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm excited to add some achievements.
Oh yeah, get those achievements going. Okay, so now
I just need like some perks for it still.
Get the perks.
So since you're already done task 2, you should have see goal complete state. Get goal complete state.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wrong one. Here we go. Yeah.
Yeah. I assume you haven't. Oh.
I think it's okay.
Yeah, it looks right, but for some reason it's red.
Oh, that's what you mean.
It's probably is this on the client?
Oh, it should be red. Don't worry. I am injecting at the top of my get description, set the state to 2 just for testing.
Oh, in that function. Okay, I see.
Yeah. Yeah, just to try to get that going. So it's odd to me. Oh, I don't have brakes. That's why. Brake. Need your brakes. I guess case 0, if you haven't even read it. Okay, wait, there's one more thing. Okay. So then it's... Prepare... Okay. You double braked in Vixen. Get rid of that double brake. Thank you. I guess, yeah, there's already a natural brake in there. Before I didn't have brakes and I was like gaming how it fell through, but then I got rid of that because I wanted to change more colors. Okay, here we go. I guess it should become yellow. This is your step. Yellow this, yellow that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. For some reason I was thinking it just would just default to being yellow. I don't know why I thought that. But so this becomes yellow. Read, feed, prepare, yellow, yellow. So read Vixen's recipe. Feed read, so then prepare goes in the middle.
Couldn't this just be a for loop where it's like check the state, and if state is 0, then I guess because the strings are not in an array, but it just seems like a lot of code.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it can be condensed, but I keep changing it. Like before, there wasn't even breaks, and it was a lot shorter. I'm just trying to get it right, and then I'll simplify because these are like identical pretty much, other than words. So the two cases can be collapsed into one either way.
Right.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I got some cleaning up to do in here.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Let's just want to get this going. So much cleaning up to do. Hey there, sorry I'm late. What's going on? Hey, baby shark. Not much. Coming to an end here. I'm probably going to be... Yeah, we're going to be turning it off in a sec. Oh, I forgot. Jagger is now here. Switch to dual stream. Get the lady on the screen.
For the last minute?
Yeah, for the last minute. Forgot about that.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've started the new tutorial today. And we got pretty far with it. I'm just fixing up something so it's a little informative to you about how far along you are in the quests. Oh no, yes. Sadly it is. It is coming to an end. There we go. Billy and Vixen's meal. Wait, why is that yellow? It shouldn't be yellow.
What?
This is now yellow. I never changed the state.
Did you click anything to move state? I guess you haven't.
I did. There should be nothing that sets the state. I don't believe. Anyway, we'll get to that. Oh, I didn't add yellow to the theme. Yeah, that's it. So let's go to theme, dialogue, yellow. What's yellow? All red, all green, no blue. Is that right?
FFFF00.
FFFF00. Okay. Yep. Nice.
Nice.
Oh, now it's red. Oh, why isn't this yellow? Okay, wait. So, yellow in dialogue text. There's a tag yellow. From the start, let's restart the server, refresh the page, and give it a go. That should be yellow. Feed Billy. Let's go back to the client. It's called yellow. Go back to the goals. Oh, I got rid of it. It didn't copy over. Okay, here we go. Now it's gonna work. There we go. So on the Billy step, we've done those two. Next we have to feed him his meal. On the Vixen step, we still need to read the tuna recipe. So we just have to wire that up with the cat dialogues and reading recipes and stuff. Maybe add some more steps in there. But it's going. It is going. Let's go pet Vixen. Hello, Vixen. Hey, Jagger, you have a message.
Call of Duty. Mobile content.
I know, he's just a troll.
Is that the question?
That's the question. He's just a troll.
So when we're adding guns?
Yeah. That mobile content. Guns next week?
Yeah.
Ooh, first we gotta add gunpowder, but then we're set.
Yeah, just gunpowder. Just stuff gunpowder in there.
Oh yeah.
And iron bars.
All you need. Alright, shall we end it?
I suppose.
I'm at a good point here. Alright, well, thank y'all for coming out this Sunday. Yeah, see you later, Ironic.
Yeah, have a good week. I guess it's the start of it.
Yeah, it's Sunday.
These quests will be out very soon. Hopefully today. We'll see. But I keep saying that. So.
Yeah. Well, the Goblin one. This one won't be out today.
No?
No, I don't think this will be done today. Sorry. But the Goblin one. I'm on my own branch for this. I was like, I assume this is coming out after.
Okay. Good.
All right. All right. Well, yeah, good night, everybody. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah. Good night.